My name's Asma Malik, and I'm Deputy Mayor, and I'm Vice Chair of the Executive Committee. And we do have quorum, and I am now calling meeting 24 to order. And welcome to everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and it's particularly important since June is Indigenous Peoples Month. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list, and the list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda items on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. And as always, Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. Also to remind you to submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at exc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or let us know. All right, seeing none, we'll proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the meeting on May 13th, 2025? Thank you, Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And before we begin the agenda run through, Councillor Cole, I understand that you have a new business item to add to the agenda. The item is on the screen. FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto Community Benefits Plan Update, Social Procurement and Workforce Development Status, Community Activation Plan, Marketing and Communications Overview, Support for Concurrent Special Events, Principles of Bidding on International Events, and Purchase Order Amendment. They kept it really tight and short, easy to say. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. I also have a new business item to add to the agenda on behalf of the mayor, and that is also on display, supporting the city's residential construction program. We'll take a moment just to read what's on the screen. All right. All right, are we good? Yep. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries as well. Thank you. We'll now do a rundown of the agenda. So EX 24.1, it's Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to just advise that I do have a deferral motion on this. I've been in touch with staff. They continue to work through this one, and we're looking to defer to September. So the motion has been provided to the clerk. I do believe there might be one speaker who's interested in speaking today, but I wanted to check in if they're okay with coming back in September when the item is back before us.
You checked? We'll hold it? Okay. We'll hold down the item while that's being sorted out. EX 24.2, Assessment of City Impacts from Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act 2025 and Provincial Budget. Is there anyone who would like to hold down this item? All right, seeing. Okay, the mayor will hold down this item. Thank you. EX 24.3, a vision and strategy for the Universal School Food Program in Toronto, and we do have speakers on this item. So we'll hold it. EX 24.4, leveraging city-owned real estate to support city council objectives, long-term financial plan update. And we do have speakers on this, and that will also be held. EX 24.5, Western Beaches Breakwater Action Plan. Is there anyone who will
Chair?
be holding this?
Yeah, I have just a very quick motion that we can deal with it. There are no speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this directs the city manager and the waterfront secretariat to talk to the federal and provincial governments to make sure we have the correct permissions to go and examine those water lots and breakwalls.
All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Do we need my motion as amended? And item as amended? All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. Next item, Toronto Paramedic Services Multi-Year Staffing Plan. Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Cole. And there is a presentation on that item. EX 24.7, Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting and 2024 Audited Financial Statements. There is a presentation on this. Would anyone like to hold it down? I can hold it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher? Perfect. EX 24.8, Toronto, Quebec City High-Speed Rail Network, and there are speakers on that item, so we'll hold, and a presentation as well. EX 24.9, City of Toronto Investment Report for the year 2024. Would anyone like to hold it down? All right, all those in favor? Yeah, moved by Deputy Mayor Morley. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. In 24.10, ensuring transparency and accountability in the mayor's office, there are speakers on this item. And the last item listed is EX 24.11, ferry access updates. Would anyone like to hold this? I'll hold the ferry. Okay. Deputy Mayor Cole? All right, thank you. This is a report from the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Sorry? Okay. And we'll hold down the two new business items so that there's an opportunity to review them before we vote. All right, thank you very much. And now we'll move to item.
Do we want to go back to item 1? We've heard back from the speaker and they're fine to speak.
All right. Before we get to EX 24.3 with speakers, we'll deal with EX 24.1. We have reached the speaker. Yes, and we'll move Deputy Mayor Morley's deferral motion. It's on the screen. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. All right, thank you. All right, there are motions on 24.2, but they're still being processed. So we'll move to EX 24.3, a vision and strategy for a universal school food program in Toronto. And we do have speakers, and we'll start with our first speaker, Omar Khan, Community Co-Chair, Inner City Community Advisory Committee. And you're online or in person? Okay, wonderful. And you have 5 minutes. Please begin whenever you're ready, and the mayor will let you know when you're at time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So good morning, members of the committee. My name is Omar Khan. I'm the community co-chair of the TDSB's Inner City Community Advisory Committee. And so for years, our committee, which represents many of Toronto's most economically vulnerable school communities, has advocated for universal school food. We do this because we know that a child who is hungry cannot learn, and that accessible, nutritious food at school is a fundamental tool in fighting poverty and creating opportunity. So first I want to start just by sincerely commending city staff for this report. Our committee strongly supports the principle of universality. When food is available to all students without question or cost, we eliminate the stigma that can prevent a child from eating. It creates a more inclusive school community and puts immediate relief into the household budgets of struggling families. Our committee has spoken a lot about pockets of poverty because we see it within the TDSB all over the place. And we know that even the wealthiest schools in the wealthiest communities have some low-income students that could really benefit from this support. So our hope is that we ensure that the path to universality is an equitable one. My message today is this: while we expand to new schools, we must continue to pay close attention to stabilizing the programs that are already struggling to survive, particularly in our highest need communities. So in the report and in other city documents, there's been talk about the initiatives like Bridging the Gap, which is a bulk purchasing program. And that's a fantastic start, and that we applaud that. That is helping some of the schools that I work with at the committee to lower their costs to get school food into their school. But we need to do more. Many existing programs are hanging on by a thread. They're facing infrastructure gaps, volunteer and administrative burnout, and a lack of support. So we must strengthen these foundations as we build the new structure. And this requires the full commitment of our provincial and federal partners, and I applaud the report's recommendations calling them to provide their fair share. They really do need to step up, and I think they will. I really do think they will. So how do we ensure the equity? We need to listen to our experts on the ground. We're really fortunate at the TDSB to have a team of nutrition liaison officers, or NLOs. These NLOs, there's 4 of them for the whole board. These NLOs are in our schools every day, and they know exactly which programs are working, which are just programs on paper, and the whys behind the issues that they see. They know the schools that desperately want a program but can't get one started because maybe it's the lack of a fridge or they can't find enough parent volunteers. And then they know some schools with programs that might be nothing more than a box of granola bars because of crumbling infrastructure and an unsustainable reliance on overstretched parent volunteers. So they have the ground truth. And I want to see us create a working group of key stakeholders, including these frontline NLOs and other frontline stakeholders, to go through the list of struggling schools, to go through the list of currently unfunded schools one by one and really brainstorm practical solutions together. My committee is up for that task. We've been talking about this for years, and we really want to help with this action. And I know the expertise is here at the city and in community. The city, in other work that I'm involved with, we've realized the city has these amazing community development officers, and we've been very fortunate to work with them across the city, but myself in Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park, the TDSB has the nutrition liaison officers and the parent and caregiver community engagement workers, and I know other school boards have key people in schools doing this work. We have incredible community partners in this room and in every neighborhood in the city. So the ingredients for success for every single Toronto school is here in the city. And so I just want to say, we need to work together to ensure that we build a universal system and that we continue to reinforce those foundations where the need is greatest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to the kids that need it so much. Next speaker. Sahar Ghaffori, the North York Harvest Food Bank. In 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sahar Ghaffori. I'm the Senior Director of Operations at North York Harvest Food Bank. We're the primary food bank that serves the northern part of the City of Toronto. I'd first like to say thank you to the Mayor and City staff for putting together this important report and also for your ongoing commitment to the food security of children in the City of Toronto. I would also like to express my support for the Mayor's Universal School Food Initiative and the City staff report before committee today. In particular, I'd like to express our support for the inclusion of the social procurement aspect of the report. We have declared a food insecurity state of emergency in the City of Toronto. We know that across the city, food bank visits have gone up more than 4 times since COVID-19. Food insecurity among children is a major concern, and rates are continuously increasing. In our catchment area, 1 in 4 food bank clients are children and youth. Of those, nearly 20% of parents report their children go hungry once a week or more. The affordability crisis is hitting families hard, and it is simply unacceptable that in a city as well-resourced as ours, that children should be regularly going hungry. North York Harvest, through our social enterprise Food Reach, has had the privilege of being one of the agencies that support the student nutrition programs as they are currently operating. We're contracted by the Toronto Foundation for Student Success to deliver food to 38 school food programs this past school year, which represents many children that would otherwise not have access to a school food program. Because of increased investment by Toronto Foundation for Student Success in school food in 2025, we're on track to triple that number to 110 student nutrition programs, which will reach 35,000 children this coming school year. This investment and targeted procurement by the city and Toronto Foundation for Student Success has doubled the impact. On the one hand, children from high-needs communities access food they would otherwise not have access to in a way that is stigma-free. On the other hand, the procurement of services coming through a social enterprise has long-lasting and profound impact on the communities that North York Harvest serves. These contracts have allowed us to invest in our charitable infrastructure and reinvest back into the communities that we serve. We're able to provide decent work and local jobs to our community members, which multiplies our impact beyond just the provision of emergency food. Social enterprises like Food Reach retain wealth in communities at higher rates than for-profit entities, and the rippling effects of these benefits have long-lasting impacts. The social procurement aspect of the school food program is critical, as now we have an opportunity to ensure that the millions of public dollars that will be invested in school food can further benefit the public rather than going to private entities. The city has an opportunity to be a leader in innovation to ensure that local wealth goes to support local economies. The scale of this program and investment in community wealth can have tangible economic benefits at a local level beyond anything we've seen, at least in the 15 years that I've worked in community programs. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to just probe a little bit deeper into the examples that you might have of how social procurement or the procurement of services that keeps a dollar circulating in the local economy could benefit the the families of these children, of the parents of the children who were feeding through this program. What is your experience of creating employment pathways or economic opportunity in some of the areas where we expect deepening or expansion or a creation of school food opportunities through this program?
So there's lots of different ways. Like I said, this initiative supports our charitable work. So already that's bringing further support to the communities that North York Harvest serves. We're also able to employ people through this, through these contracts. So this expansion that will triple the amount of food that we're delivering to will result in decent work, because we don't have a profit motivation. We have a community support motivation. So we're able to employ people through that process.
Thanks. So it's also a workforce development opportunity,
Yes.
A way for the charity to generate funds and be reinvested into the community, and then creating some value for the families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Megan Cilio of Summer Lunch Plus.
I'm just going to sit here because I have to plug in for later. Sure, go ahead. Okay. Can I start whenever? I can start? Okay. Good morning, councillors and executive
Good
committee
morning.
members. My name is Megan Zilio. I'm the operations manager for Summer Lunch Plus, a nonprofit organization that offers weekly cooking and nutrition education meal programs to kids during the summer. We fill the gap when school food programs are on break, and we're currently expanding to 10 ridings, 5 of which are in Toronto. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's so great to be surrounded by people who care about student food programs. During the school year, students rely on breakfast and lunch programs to meet their daily nutritional needs. When these meals aren't available, the consequences are severe, such as food insecurity, missed learning opportunities, and social isolation. Families increasingly rely on food banks, and kids miss out on vital connections with their peers and mentors. Earlier this year, the City of Toronto pledged to fund meals for 31,000 kids enrolled in summer camps. This is a positive step, and we appreciate the city's efforts to address summer food gaps. However, summer camps are limited in both scale and reach. Many families can't access them due to location, scheduling, or transportation challenges. Summer Lunch Plus builds on the amazing work that the city has already undertaken to provide meals to kids during the summer. We engage kids with cooking skills, food education, and healthy choices so they develop independence and knowledge that they can carry on in later life. We have met with Parks and Recreation today to share information with families through your camps, as well as our own outreach to families in our neighborhood organizations, which are located in high-needs neighborhoods, which consist of food banks and community organizations. We're very pleased to work with the city on this and support kids during the summer. To further support summer meals, increased public investment is needed. The city invested $31 million in school food and over $1 million in summer food this year. July and August make up 2 out of the 12 months of the year, so a $5 million investment would bridge that gap. The $5 million makes up 2 out of the 12 of the $31 million. We know that good nutrition is not a luxury, it's a basic human right. It's essential for healthy development, concentration, emotional well-being, and the ability to thrive socially and academically. Healthy food should be accessible year-round, and our commitment to feeding kids shouldn't end when school is out. Thank you for your time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Asma Musa from the Coalition of Healthy School Food. Oh, she's on the subway. You first then. Debbie Field, National Coordinator of the Coalition for Healthy School Food.
They could be projected. I'm hooked in, I think.
I am sure. Oh, someone is coming to assist right now.
Okay.
We have a very good turnout of executive committee members. I always like to fill in that time. Oh, okay. All right. Nope, maybe not.
Is that a mic that could work if I go there? Yeah. Great.
There we are.
Okay. Great. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here. And, I actually rarely use the term because it's been so overused. But it does take a village, as you know, to raise healthy children. And today I really want to talk about the partnerships because there are so many that you're making, have made, and will make. For example, a lot of us have been working very, very hard at the federal level, including yourselves. And so this is a great picture during COVID. This is a June 9th, 2021 City Council meeting that was online. And you can see some of your colleagues raising their hand to vote to, there's, I think, Gord. Is Gord here? I saw him a minute ago. There's Councillor Perks who put this motion forward. So the City of Toronto joined with hundreds of organizations and cities and thousands of people across Canada to ask for a national school food program. This was not an easy thing or a given that it would happen. Justin Trudeau once told MP Julie DeBruson that she would never hear him say the words National School Food Program. So it's not it wasn't a given. It took a tremendous amount of advocacy, and your involvement in this work is known across Canada, across the world, and increasingly as you become one of the city leaders joining other great cities, you're getting more and more recognized. I was at a BC chapter meeting of the coalition last night, and they said, well, with what the City of Toronto is doing, we are energized to go to the City of Vancouver. But there's a lot of other partners that need to be talked about. So I want to first talk about the money, because I think that's very important. So the great news was our coalition asked for $1 billion over 5 years. We were successful. 79 million, not everybody can see it, it's at the very bottom, did flow in year one. Depending on the election, the 201 for year two would have been in question. Had the new prime minister, whether it be Poilievre or Carney, not agreed to support a universal school food program, that 201 would not have been there. So even though 3-year agreements were signed, the 201 has to be passed in the main estimates sometime in the next few months for you to get your year's share. But the good news was through our advocacy work at the coalition, when the National School Food Policy came out, we said there's one thing missing to make this a great food policy, and that's to make it permanent, as Japan, Finland, even the United States has. And much to our great surprise and pleasure, the Carney platform says that they're going to make the National School Food Program permanent. We'll be back talking to you over the next couple of months about what the City of Toronto would like to see in that legislation, so that we get the best legislation forever, as Sweden and Finland. They also included some cash. It's very small. It's at the bottom of the slide. $200 million in each of the next 4 years to buy local. I think the City of Toronto will be able to qualify to a grant to get some of that money for the great work you're doing. So the great news was, again, much to our surprise, Ontario was the 4th province to sign. We didn't think they would sign, given what happened with the child care accords, but they did. On November 22nd, they signed an agreement which gave them $18,500,000, and you got 4.78 of that. We got 4.78. Our calculation estimates that you should be getting about somewhere between 10 and $11 million this year, as soon as the second year money flows. But to get that, you have to go see, I think, Minister Parsa. And I think you have to say to Minister Parsa, Toronto expects your share of the money, our share of the money. And I think you also need to ask Minister Parsa why he hasn't brought a recommendation to increase the core amount in Ontario. It's great to see your motions calling for Ontario, but we need to get specific. So here's, Mayor Chow talked about this on the radio. This is our chart that we've done. It's a very small little number. It's getting smaller. It's 0.9 cents. Ontario has gone down. It used to be 10 cents per capita, but because of population increase, it's down to 9 cents. Worse only is Saskatchewan, but even Saskatchewan's better than Ontario, because Saskatchewan has a cost of living increase annually. Ontario is actually the worst, has not increased their base amount since 2014. It's a terrible situation. So it takes a village, and that's why we're here to say that it's time for you to really mobilize not just money, but partnerships with all of us. You've already heard from Zara at North York Harvest and Omar what we're offering, and we've got lots more. We've got ideas about community development that we can help you with. We have ideas about chefs and universities. Fiona Udall is going to be talking about this. We have a lot of ideas about how we can help you deliver this. In my years at Food Chair, we helped organize the vast majority of the school food programs that are here. It took years of community development. I even wonder about the city calling out to all the United Way agencies and saying, join with you in this process. I'm over time. Thank you.
Thank you for your passion and your 4 decades of dedication to this cause, and it's happening. I believe the budget estimate was debated in the House of Commons and the supplementary on June 9th and June 10th. It will be probably passed today's,
Great.
within a few days.
Nice.
Thank you. Councillor
Thank you.
Fletcher.
I just don't have a question, but I just want to say that your life's work has been food, and this is a wonderful milestone in all the work that you've done, Debbie. So I've worked with you for many years, and thank you so much for everything.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Good morning, councillors.
You are Fiona. No,
Susan.
Susan Wright, of course, Susan.
Nice to see you all again. Okay. Good morning, councillors and executive committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Susan Wright. I'm the executive director of Summer Lunch Plus, and usually I'm here to bug you about summer food, but today I'm here representing the Coalition for Healthy School Food, along with Debbie and team. I've been a member of the coalition for over 9 years, as long as it's been around. And I'm here to speak about the support needed for dedicated remunerative staff for school-based food programs across Toronto. We all recognize that food affordability is a growing issue and that student food programs are a great solution. But meals are just the beginning. These programs are also about connections and nurturing the well-being of our children. Volunteers have been the backbone of these programs for years. However, relying solely on unpaid labor is neither sustainable nor equitable. Sorry, I lost my place. Instead, we need to invest in people, trained, caring, consistent staff who will show up every day, build relationships, and create a welcoming environment that children can count on. Paid roles not only support better planning, safety, and delivery of food programs, but they also strengthen connection with children and families. At Summer Lunch Plus, we believe we're a powerful example of this. We operate during the summer months using paid staff through Canada's Summer Jobs Grants. These students don't just serve food, they make deputations like Megan, but they also run cooking classes, create meaningful relationships with children, and bring joy and connection during a time of year when many kids feel isolated. Our staff's energy and presence ensure children not only have nutritious meals, but also feel seen, supported, and safe. Our model works, and it can be extended into the school year. These roles provide valuable work experiences, and children gain mentors who are dependable and skilled. It's a win-win. I urge the city to recognize the real value of investing in people and to build a funding model that prioritizes paid staffing positions to operate these programs. Toronto's children deserve consistency and dignity in their daily school experiences, and we have the opportunity to make that reality. We would be happy to consult and talk about this. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work. Neil, there you are. You are continually amaze me. Daily Bread Food Bank, thank you for being here, taking time out of your very busy schedule.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Neil Hetherington. I have the awesome privilege of being the CEO of the Daily Bread Food Bank. We're an umbrella organization delivering food across Toronto and providing about 90% of the food distributed through emergency food relief to the city through over 200 food banks. Our mission is simple. We collaborate with all to eliminate food insecurity and advocate for solutions to end poverty. You all know the numbers. 1 in 10 Torontonians now rely on a food bank to eat. In 2024, the Daily Bread served more than 3.75 million client visits, a 273% increase versus pre-pandemic. Of those, 23% are children. You also know that child poverty rates are rising in Toronto, and with some neighborhoods, they are now reporting rates as high as 61%. So we can collectively wallow in these numbers, or we can choose hope. And I believe that Council will continue and has chosen hope. That hope started in December when you took the landmark step of declaring food insecurity as an emergency and identified the school food program as one excellent opportunity to address child hunger. There's so many good reasons to do this. Obviously, first and foremost, for the child. We know that when children can access food at their school, their health and mental well-being and academic performance all improve. However, there isn't just a moral reason for Council to unanimously support the program. It isn't just about being compassionate or values-based. It's also about being fiscally responsible. We know it is far more costly to support people living in poverty than to prevent poverty in the first place. In a 2019 study, the cost of poverty in Ontario was pegged between $27 and $33 billion per year. In Ontario alone, we spend over $5 billion additional dollars annually in healthcare and the judicial system because we are unwilling to grapple with poverty upstream. This staggering figure makes it clear. We cannot afford to delay action. For every dollar invested, we reduce potential future costs in healthcare, education, and the justice system. Turning this vision into reality requires sustained investments from all levels of government. We join with the city in calling on the province to match the city's investments in this program and the federal government to increase funding through the National School Food Program. The Daily Bread Food Bank is proud to support the city's vision and strategy for a universal school program. We're also pleased today to formally submit our endorsement, co-signed by 67 other organizations from across the city of Toronto, and this has been submitted to the city clerk. You have our commitment to feed the need now, and you have our commitment to walk alongside you in this journey where we can implement this program if approved. We look forward to our continuing collaboration to drive meaningful, lasting change towards a city where no child goes hungry. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for your hard work. And the 57 organizations that you got to endorse your work and our work together. The latest staff report that I've looked at said that a family of 4 with 2 kids, mom and dad with 2 kids, because of just a morning free a snack or meal with a piece of fruit, with protein and some grains, could be crackers, it could be muffins, actually save $880 a year, which is a substantial amount of money. Do you think some of your food bank users may not need to come to use the food bank if they are able to save that kind of money each year? Do you think it'll have some impact maybe in your food bank?
Without a doubt, there are some that are in deep poverty where they'll still need to rely on the Daily Bread Food Bank, but there are some where they're on that cusp, and it's just they're making that choice right now between hydro and rent. And that difference, that $800, that child with a full belly, you have both the fiscal benefit as well as the moral compass to say this program makes absolute sense and will, in our mind, drive down food bank usage across the city of Toronto.
Well, it's our dream that next year, by September of 2026, that every kid in every school would be able to have that, and it'll be, a bit of work. But then the year after, we're looking at some kind of meal, actually at lunchtime. And I know you have a lot of experience in producing massive quantity of meals for your food bank users. Is that an area that we really should maybe get into, or maybe partner with your organization to see what we can do together?
We are already speaking with staff about how we can provide, from a social procurement perspective, assistance to the city to drive down the costs and ensure that there is value for money, not only when it comes to locally sourced food, but also making sure that that food is, the cost associated with it is reduced. So we are anxious to partner. We are, as I said in my deputation, we have been there to feed the need now, and will continue to, and we will walk alongside City Council as they go down this journey.
Mm-hmm. And you would know about the value of bulk purchasing. We can just go to the food terminal and pick up a whole lot of apples. It makes it, like, I think, a third cheaper if we do it wholesale from the local farmers. Is that your experience?
That number is a correct number, about a third reduction. One of the only silver lining to the pandemic when it comes to daily bread is our food costs have actually gone down on a per unit basis. We used to spend $1.5 million a year on food. We now spend $29 million a year on food. As a result, and through our partnerships, we've been able to drive down the per unit costs. We want to be able to make sure that those per unit costs are afforded to every child who should be benefiting from this universal program.
Mm-hmm. Lots to do together. Thank you
Absolutely.
So much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Fiona Yildell, School of Nutrition, TMU. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with everybody today. I'm speaking as a professor in the School of Nutrition, an associate in the Center for Studies in Food Security at Toronto Metropolitan University, a registered dietitian, and a resident in Councillor Perk's ward with a child writing her final high school exam today.
Oh, yay.
At a TDSB school. So the evidence of the benefit of school food has been covered by the previous speakers. You all know it. What I'm going to talk about today is how you can leverage the post-secondary sector to support your efforts. We all have a mandate to provide education, to generate knowledge through research, and to provide community benefit. Across the nutrition, dietetics, culinary, and hospitality sectors, for example, you have access to a lot of trained students, highly trained students, who want to bridge the theory with practice through experiential learning. In a senior dietetics course, for example, I worked with Food Share, who was providing food at a school within walking distance, and our 70 students provided 2 shifts each at the program to help alleviate labor, and then did an assignment reflecting on the role of a dietitian. This was with the implementation of PPM 150. So they were able to think about their potential future roles and also to provide some labor. And in my experience, students love to solve puzzles and are very good at asking, why can't we just? And if we can help them and mobilize them towards school food, I think it's a match made in heaven. In terms of infrastructure, we were originally founded as a home economics program in the 50s, so we have access, along with our colleagues. Someone speaking from George Brown shortly, I'm sure they will have things to say about the assets that they have. So we have access to teaching kitchens and industrial kitchens. All our organizations have food service on campus, so we have a supply chain that could be leveraged in terms of bulk buying that was just mentioned. And we have a rooftop farm where we could provide both produce, but also learning opportunities that could be integrated into the food literacy mandate of the science curriculum, for example. And from a labor force perspective, food work, getting the food to the mouth, is highly gendered. It's often unpaid or underpaid, and it's highly racialized as well. So we could do some work to credential the folks doing school food, and using the example of the program that Toronto Public Health did on the food handler certificate, which my understanding is quickly became an industry standard. It was initially developed in part, I believe, you can correct me, as a pathway to employment. So I think you know that food can address multiple city priorities at once, as the Toronto Food Strategy has pointed out. And I came to nutrition and dietetics because food has a convening power, as do you at City Hall. I've seen time and again folks engage in food programs, get a little bit of control over their life in that aspect, and move on to the other things that they need to control. And as a mother with a child in the TDSB schools, I have a sense of the lack of space, staff, money, time that can impact children's ability to eat. And I suspect that many of you went into public service because of the fun of figuring out where people's mandates overlap and where that magic part is that you can bring together a coalition of the willing. And just as I remind my students, the systems have been designed by people and thus can be changed by people. And finally, vision without resources is considered a hallucination. So I would encourage you to think about the resources that you have in the post-secondary sector, particularly the students who are so good at saying, why can't we just? And if we can support them to find out why can't we just, then I think you have a bright future with school food. So thank you for looking into this issue. I think you can achieve a lot of your goals with it, and we're here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you for your time. And we have Gary Haller from George Brown College. TMU to George Brown. There you are. And then after that, Matt Johnson and Mariah Sanathi from Food Share. We are all set and ready for you, Gary.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you again for this opportunity. My name is Gary Hoyer, Professor Emeritus and Senior Researcher at George Brown College. And after years of research into school food programs across the globe and here in Canada, I've come to know and appreciate the cross-sectoral and cross-issue cooperation, dedication, expertise, and determination that goes into developing and executing exemplary school food programs. Critical success factor for a program, such as the ambitious one that the Council is planning, is aligning all participants with a vision and commitment that comprises the priorities of providing healthy, local, sustainable food, food literacy education, and community, school, parent, and student involvement. We know there are a myriad of wonderful outcomes when these priorities are met. One of the outputs of my research was a 2020 report titled Generating Success for Farm to School. It was comprised of two parts. Part one shared results from surveys. They examined best practices, conditions necessary to support farm to school, included a comprehensive review of existing research that connected the benefits of grade school meal programs to healthier students who achieved higher levels of academic success and long-term well-being, and to advantages to the community. For part two of the project, we delivered food theory and hands-on culinary workshops to almost 40 schools around Toronto. After creating interesting local healthy snack recipes with college students, we delivered workshops for middle and secondary school students in Toronto and Peel District School Boards. The workshops started with theoretical discussions and brainstorming sessions on food systems, food sovereignty, and food theory. And then we delivered a practical culinary session where students produced and then ate and enjoyed several of the recipes we developed. Both students and school staff were delighted with the workshops. And this work eventually, post-COVID, helped to inspire the creation of a new group we call Advocates for Great School Food. We formed this group following a visioning session with individuals and organizations passionate about our mission, which is to inspire healthy eating habits for students, connecting them with fresh, local food, and empowering them through food education and hands-on learning using a farm-to-school approach. We want to help Toronto create and operationalize the best school food programs possible by providing resources and hands-on mentoring and support from some of Toronto's best professional chefs, nutritionists, restaurateurs, dietitians, farmers, professors, and academics.
We can help train.
Our group's first initiative is already underway. To help launch Toronto's 2026 Universal Morning Meal Program, we will be developing healthy breakfast and snack recipes this fall using local and hyper-local foods. We'll be working with Chef Sean Michael of Eastdale Collegiate Institute and incorporating some homegrown food that was grown on site at the school by the efforts of Sunday Harrison and the Green Thumbs Growing Kids staff. For the 2026-2027 school year and beyond, our team will be available to support schools with healthy morning meal and snack rollouts, resources, training, operations, mentoring, and data capture. We will also start work on developing resources and capabilities for the 2030 or before Universal Lunch Initiative. We look forward to working with Toronto, its school boards, aligned organizations, schools, students, parents, and communities to help make these initiatives outstanding. Thank you very much.
Whoa, I'm excited.
Yeah,
That's,
me too. Yes.
Whoa, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. you run a very good cooking school, is it? And the restaurant you have is just incredible, so. Thank you so much, Professor. We have Matt Johnson, food chair, and joined by Morthy. Yeah, did I say it? Oh, you have apples. Whoa, are they for us?
Good morning, and thank you to the executive for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Matt Johnson. I'm the executive director at Food Share Toronto. As you know, for 40 years, Food Share has worked at the intersection of food justice and community building. During that time, we've supported school food programs alongside educators and communities and advocated for policy change alongside the Coalition for Healthy School Food and many others. We're proud to have contributed to the work that brought us to this moment today. We strongly support the vision for a universal morning meal in all Toronto schools. It's bold, achievable, and grounded in what we've long known, that besides being a right, access to food is a foundational to learning, health, and equity. As this moves into implementation, as we start thinking about implementation, I want to offer 3 reflections. First, success will require more than centralized planning. It needs deep community development. Food Share's decades of experience teaches us that these programs are most successful when they are designed with and not just for community. We will need to engage parents, youth, local food producers, and community groups in ways that build trust, agency, and dignity. Second, this is an opportunity for real community economic development, to create decent food jobs, support local suppliers, and grow community wealth. School food programs, when done right, are an important lever for equity, extending impact well beyond the classroom. Third, while this program will help reduce daily pressure on families, by itself, it is not a solution to food insecurity, which is, as we all know, about income. And that's why we urge the city to pair this initiative with upstream action, activating the Toronto Food Charter and continuing to invest meaningfully in communities most affected by food insecurity through the poverty reduction strategy. Food Share is excited to contribute through implementation, capacity building, and systems change to this project. So I thank you very much for your time, and I'll pass to my colleague Morty to say a few words.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. So I'm here to talk about some apples. So this apple, it's local, Ontario grown apples, and there's 50 apples in a bag. Why I won't talk about the apples? Let me show you one. Like, if you look at these apples, you would not most likely find them in supermarkets or other grocery stores because they are small and due to the grading. 20 plus years ago, these apples by farmers or the growers, they're left in the field, either to rot or to compost or to use as a cider. But 20 years ago, Food Share, Norfolk food growers, if you don't know about them, they are one of the oldest food growers in Ontario, over 100 years old. And the schools came together, create this bag. So why is this ideal? So this 50 apples is ready to go for a school. And if you are a parent, you know, if you give a child a bigger apple, they will take 2 bites and throw out the rest, right? Or they keep it and it becomes brown, they don't eat it. And it creates food waste. So for the snacks programs, this is ideal because they can give one and they can finish it. So reduce food waste. And if they want to give cut apples, some schools don't have the facility or the staffing. And you know you have 100 kids to feed in a very short time, and they sometimes it's added too much pressure for the people who is working there. So this is ideal for them. So it saves the staff and it creates efficiency. And also it reduces plastic because let's say if you had to bring cut apples, you had to pack them, you had to put them in plastic, reduce plastic waste. And it's economical. This bag is $12 and around 24 cents per apple. So what this has done, it creates a winning situation for the farmer, a product that they never used. It created a circular economy. And for the schools, it helps them to save the budget, increase their spending and their staffing and work around the limited resources they have. So the reason I want to point this out to you all is when nonprofits community organizations come and help, they can create. So this bag is a testament for over 20 years of providing solutions for the community. And so I want to highlight that. And these are the apples that we use for a big crunch. And we have some apples. If we have time, we can do some crunching. So I think that's all. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Whoa, this is amazing. Kid-size apples, from waste to now feeding kids. It's amazing. So $12 for 50 apples. You certainly can't get that anywhere else. Thank you for bringing that. Yeah, you're passing it around, right?
Just understand this. So these are apples that are grown in Ontario, but generally speaking, don't make it to the supermarket. Why?
Because of the grading, and they are normally a smaller size compared to the one that you would normally find in a supermarket.
Yeah, I noticed the apples at the stores are gigantic.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Just can't finish one.
But anyways, the kids can't even hold them. And so are these all the different varieties of apples or just one variety?
In one bench, in this bag, they have one variety, but normally like it comes by different varieties in each bag.
Okay. And so this program has been underway for how many years?
More than 20 plus years.
And who is it that's developed this program?
Food Share,
Food Share?
Norfolk Food Growers.
Morgan and the general manager of the Norfolk Food Growers.
Pardon me, would you explain who is responsible for this?
Mary Morgan from Food Share and Norfolk Food Growers. I can't remember the gentleman's name, unfortunately.
Okay, and so how do schools obtain these apples if they want them, or do they all get them?
So we deliver around 70 plus schools every week. So we have a order.
Deliver how many?
Around 70 schools
70
throughout the city of Toronto. So we deliver around like 150 bags per week. Last year alone, we delivered around over 500,000 worth of produce, 2.7 servings. So they order from us, and then we deliver it for the schools.
Now, can you think of a name for this bag of apples? We need a name. I mean, the mayor called them the kids' bags, kids' apples. We got to think of a name because nobody knows about this. I mean, I never knew about this beautiful program, so good luck. An apple a day keeps the kids healthy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's great. One last speaker, Melissa Wong. Are you here? Okay. Social Planning Toronto. Come on, last speaker. Come on over. No? Oh.
Hello, I'm joining virtually. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I hope you can hear me okay. So good morning, Mayor, Child Councillors, and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Wong. I'm joining you on behalf of Social Planning Toronto, an organization that's committed to building an equitable, inclusive, and accessible Toronto that's rooted in social and economic justice. And for over 65 years, Social Planning Toronto has tracked, reported, and organized communities to advance solutions and investments that will address the root causes and reduce the impacts of poverty in our city. And I'm here to speak in strong support of the city's plan to fully implement a universal school food program. This is an important public investment that reflects the kind of values-based leadership Toronto families deserve. I also want to applaud the Mayor and City Council for your leadership this far to boost the student nutrition program. I've seen firsthand how these investments have already had an impact in my own child's school. The urgency of a program like this cannot be understated. Your staff report cited Social Planning Toronto's own research, which revealed that child and family poverty in Toronto has ballooned to 25.3%, up 8.5 percentage points since 2020. And this is just the average rate across the city. Some Toronto neighborhoods have over 60% of children living in poverty. That's not just a statistic, it's 1 in 4 children showing up to school hungry, tired, and unable to focus. And universal school food addresses this not just in terms of calories, but also with dignity, equity, and community. A truly universal school food program can help improve attendance, boost academic outcomes, and offer some financial relief to families. But for this to succeed, it must be truly universal, stigma-free, and equity-driven. As your report identifies, inequities currently exist in student nutrition programs. Some schools are able to supplement their current program through fundraising, which creates this disparity between schools that don't have this capacity to fundraise. And it's why I'm urging City Council to ensure that the rollout ensures a targeted universalism approach, which prioritizes the highest need schools first, those with the fewest fundraising dollars, and neighborhoods with the most significant barriers to food access. I also want to emphasize the crucial role of the nonprofit and community sectors. Organizations that run school food programs, many of them grassroots, culturally grounded, and deeply trusted, are under enormous strain. Volunteers are stretched thin, infrastructure is lacking. And as we move towards scale, sustained public funding for staffing and capital needs is not only helpful, it's essential. These community organizations do more than just feed children. They're a resource for families, and their expertise and experience should be engaged in the rollout of this strategy. We also recognize that the full implementation of the strategy will require a significant amount of work and advocacy to secure additional provincial and federal funding. But it's a battle worth fighting, and one we will be there to fight with you. Finally, I encourage City Council to see this not as a one-off program, but as part of a larger conversation. How are we updating and resourcing Toronto's poverty reduction strategy at this moment? How do we make sure the city has an actionable and measurable strategy that is creating a tangible change in the lives of low-income residents? So today, I want to thank you for your leadership to make midday meals a reality for all children. I'm excited to see this initiative move forward with urgency, focus, and a shared commitment to the right of every child in the city to be well-fed, included, and ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see, oh, hello, you're here. Asma Musa. And you are the last speaker.
Perfect. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Fantastic. So I am back and I made it. Good morning, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Council. My name is Asma Musa. I am a registered dietitian, a recent Master's of Public Health graduate, UFT, school food researcher, and the coordinator for the Black School Food Working Group. So the Black School Food Working Group is a space where Black-led organizations across Canada come together to push for school food programs that truly reflect and serve our communities. First, I want to thank the city for your commitment to universal school meals and making it a reality. Your leadership has not gone unnoticed, and it's a huge step towards a kind of Toronto that we all want to live in, one where no child starts their day hungry. But we can't stop here. Too many kids are still left behind, and more often than not, they are Black, racialized, and living in under-resourced neighborhoods. These are the same communities that are also being hit the hardest by rising food costs, and not because they did anything wrong, but because the system continues to fall short. As someone who is deeply connected to this work, I've seen what's possible when we invest in community. In my role as the Black School Food Working Group coordinator, I work closely with groups like the African Food Basket, the Boys and Girls Club East Scarborough. These organizations are already supporting student nutrition programs that feed kids, grow food, and teach youth how to nourish themselves and their communities. These are the partners we need to build with. They're already doing the work, and the city needs to resource and uplift them. And let's be clear, you cannot talk about school foods without talking to students. As a dietitian and school food researcher, I would never treat a patient without listening to them first, or run a study without a subject. So why would we make decisions about school foods without the input of the very children who eat them? We've already seen what's possible when we listen to youth. Save Somali, an organization that last time I was here on behalf of, and that I co-founded with my colleagues, is proof of that. And by simply listening to Somali youth in the GTA and what they were asking for, providing them with the tools they needed, we've helped open doors in terms of their educational endeavors, their leadership, and opportunities that wouldn't otherwise be possible. So imagine what we could unlock citywide by doing the same.
So yes, fund this program, push the province and the federal government to match our ambition, but also ensure that these meals are culturally relevant. The delivery is community-rooted and the vision is youth-driven. Because when we nourish kids, we nourish the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No questions? Right, seeing no other speaker on the committee, Councillor Morley, question to staff.
Thank you,
Any
Madam
other questioners?
Chair. Thank you to all the deputants for your great work in community and advocating and advancing these goals, and also to our staff for the bold and ambitious plan that you've brought before us to get us to universal student nutrition. I have a couple of questions just building on some of the points from our deputants today, and their very clear interest and desire in collaborating and working really closely with us as a city as we continue to navigate this work. And so I wonder what opportunities our staff identified in terms of bringing community partners that are already on the ground, already doing student nutrition in community to the table to work with us on advancing this.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of the start of the project, we developed an external steering committee to help advise us on the work that the city was doing in terms of student food programs. The list of our external partners is quite long, including folks from the Coalition for Healthy Schools, the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council, the Toronto Foundation for Student Success, the Angel Foundation for Learning, the University of Toronto Food Share, the TDSB, the TCDSB, both are French, Catholic, and public school boards, as well as in the next meeting that we plan to host, we plan to invite some parent members. So we're very committed to getting feedback and having input from our community partners.
Is there an opportunity to stand up a working group?
Through the chair, yes, of course there is.
Awesome. It sounds like that would benefit all of us and certainly give us an opportunity to leverage some of the successes and expertise on the ground. My follow-up question is just around the funding from our partners. We heard about a call to action to encourage them to match our ambition here. Can you provide us an update on where we're at with funding from other orders of government to support this work?
There we go. Sorry, Councillor. So through the chair, we continue to advocate to both the Ministry of Children and Community, and Social Services, as well as our federal partners. We have had a number of calls with our provincial partners, and we continue to speak with them as their budget process rolled out. As we wait for the mayor spoke about the next round of the National School Food Program. Once we have that information, which should come in July, we will have more information to kind of go to them and talk to them about what money is rolling in terms of that. We are hopeful that we get much more funding from the National School Food Program in the second year of funding.
Great, thank you, and we'll keep an eye out for that update in July. In terms of lots of successful models we know, and every community is different, but what have we done and what are we continuing to do to learn from the successful student nutrition and school food programs that are already happening? And how are we, and what more opportunities are there to collaborate with existing successful programs?
Through the chair, we continue to talk and consult with folks on the ground, right? The most I think I learned this year was I took a school food bus tour and visited people in the schools and actually learned what they were doing and how the models worked. I think one of the most important lessons we've learned is that the programs have to be flexible and local. We are not going to impose a one-size-fits-all model on school food programs. We have to work with the community at their level and build programs that work for them. So we will continue to do that and learn on the ground and speak directly to the people that run the programs.
I know the mayor just started my time. I'm gonna ask one more quick question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on the issue of sustainability and longevity, we know a lot of these programs are in fact supported by volunteers. So I'm wondering what thinking is going into the work ahead in terms of how we can ensure there's stronger foundations in terms of, livable wages and opportunities to compensate those who are keeping these programs thriving and successful.
So thank you, and through the chair. I think the first part of the answer to this question is we are really focusing on our bulk purchasing and social procurement. right? We are seeing, and we hope to see continued savings in that. So early indicators are that we are seeing almost 45% savings in food. So as we save money through bulk purchasing, we can reinvest that money back into the program. In terms of finding additional funding, we are looking to speak with so we are looking for the National School Food Program money to come. We will continue to advocate to our provincial partners, hopefully upon adoption of this report. And if any other funding is required, that would be dealt with as part of the city's 2026 budget process.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Morley has asked some of my questions. I just wanted to probe a little deeper and with respect to the circular economy opportunities and our commitment here at the city to buy Canadian and love local. We heard about the supply chain of having farmer directly supply schools, but also the opportunity of ensuring, buttressing, supporting our local economy. Are there any comments on that?
Through the chair, yes, of course. I think the work through the Bridging the Gap program, we're working directly with the Ontario Food Terminal to buy food in bulk that comes from local farmers, and so we continue to make that work, and we continue to invest and really grow that program over the next few years of this school food program.
So there were a couple of comments, both from our expert from TMU and from the food providers, that there's a real prospect for workforce development here for providing access into employment pathways to the parents of the very children who are in need of extra help for feeding. We've created a inclusive economic development framework. We're in the process of creating that. And this has come up quite a lot about how we can ensure and incentivize that a dollar spent is circulating in the local economy, particularly in neighborhoods where there are fewer economic opportunities and wages are lower. Is there anyone that could comment on the triple value of spending a dollar and making sure that it's bouncing around within the local community?
Thank you. Through the chair, you are correct. So for every, just 1 second, Chair. There's a large return on investment in purchase, or so in investing in school food programs. Just 1 second. Just a sec, Councillor. Thank you.
No problem.
The universal school food programs, it's a 2.5 to 7 times % return in human health and economic benefits, in high income countries. According to the Canada's National School Food Program, a $1.6 billion per year was spent on food, would allow, more jobs in local agriculture and family farms. And the National School Food Program can contribute up to $4.8 billion in domestic food purchases for 10 years and stimulate the development of as many as 207,000 jobs. So, it's a very good public investment.
That's great, and instead of asking someone to redo their resume every month, this is actually a way that people can get into a job pathway. My final question has to do with the social procurement prospects. This is a significant city investment. It's a program that we hope goes to scale with additional federal and provincial money where, where the real power is to make this kind of program universal across Canada. But social procurement has been incubated at social development in that division. Is this a really potentially useful jumping off point to ensure that we start embedding social procurement objectives into our procurement system and that we start to see real bang for the buck in relation to all the economic activity that we incentivize, support, and enable in the City of Toronto?
Yes, through the chair, we are working closely with social development on the inclusive economic development framework. And as that lands, we will work very closely to make sure that those guidelines and guiding principles are aligned with the purchasing that we're doing.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question to staff? If not, speaking on this item, I just want to thank all our partners for coming down today. Thank you for your many decades of good work, all the advocacy that you have done to other levels of government. It's very hard to describe the happiness and the big smile that the children have when you bring in the apples, bring in the cheese and the crackers. They just go, whoa. And they just, after taking the first bite, they go, wow. It's really quite phenomenal. So thank you for coming out today. Yes, it does save a family $880 per year. It's actually a bit more than the tax cut that the Prime Minister is about to give them, which is about $800 a year. It creates a lot of local jobs. We are training, once we get into the food, the lunch program, we're training chefs, we're training any number of future Michelin star chefs. And it is also something that brings the school and the parents and the teachers together, because it required everyone working together to make the food program happen. One last item is that in this time of economic uncertainty caused by President Trump, that being able to buy local helps the local farmers. And I have noticed that it is about a third of the price if we buy in bulk. So it's a good program all around. Save family money, help kids grow up stronger, learn better, create jobs, and help our local farmers. So thank you for your really good work, and we'll continue the journey to make sure every kid is get decent food. So thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to echo so much of the thanks and appreciation from everyone who spoke today, and also from the many community members, residents, organizations, and stakeholders who we've heard from, and to staff for this report and all of that work and the outcome of these important partnerships and collaborations. If we do this, every school in our city will have a meal program by next September. And given everything that we have heard about the incredible, tremendous work over literal decades when it comes to feeding kids in our schools, this is really just incredible. This is one of the best things we can do for students in Toronto, one of the best things we can do to celebrate a city that has so many amazing things going for it, and where we know the need is so great, to make sure that young people in our city have the critical nutrition they need to be able to learn and to play and to be kids. And this is one of the most critical decisions we can make around addressing the very deep needs around affordability in our city. And we've heard over and over again the impact that it has on young people, on families, and on our communities. And also, as a past school board trustee, I know how deeply this changes lives. Many of the schools in my ward have had the benefit of a food program, and I've seen the difference that that makes neighborhood to neighborhood and school community to school community when it comes to their learning, to their families, and to those opportunities that they're able to access. And I'm excited that more schools and wards across the city will be able to have access to that, including ones in mine, and that the benefit of this program will have that deep ripple effect. I also want to highlight another key part of the report, one that is looking at aligning food purchasing and exploring procurement for local food. That has been much of what has been raised here around this table, and that requires that close look, focus, and pride in what is possible. In times when we are talking about shopping locally and buying Canadian, investing in our food systems, our local food and agricultural businesses is another key opportunity to make our local economy stronger and more resilient and to serve a very, very vital need. This kind of work is the work that we are all here for to make lives better for Torontonians. And I am so proud that we, as an executive committee and hopefully as a council, can move this forward. As always, we invite other levels of government to keep building with us. Let's keep working together. Let's expand this vital program. Let's make sure that no child, no young person, no teenager sits in class hungry or distracted. That's something that is possible and is within reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brownfull.
Thank you, Mayor. So for many of us in this room, we believe in this, and some of us have I think the first time I came to depute about the school nutrition program was more than 25 years ago, and I was also an Intercity Advisory Committee community co-chair, so a shout out to the co-chair that came today. It's been a concern. In my local high school, Oakwood Collegiate, we figured out that we needed to extend it to secondary school because there were students that were getting ready to drop out, and when it was reintroduced, it helped them to finish secondary school. But I wanted to speak to all of the people that maybe are not as convinced. Maybe you don't have children in school. Maybe you're not living with low income. Maybe you're not working 2 jobs to make ends meet. And you're wondering about the public investment. I think that we have to really consider the payoff of this program for everyone. The investment in children and youth pays off down the road. That's the reason why we're the only OECD country that doesn't have the universal food nutrition program. It's because it makes economic sense. It's an investment in a productive workforce in the future, improved public health outcomes, and those are measurable, those are facts, those are not disputable. There is a really good opportunity here of making an investment where there's triple payoff, quadruple payoff. First of all, the bulk purchasing is going to drive the cost down. There's an opportunity here to support direct from farm to right into the community, ensuring our nutritional and economic resiliency, making sure that we have workforce opportunities in the very neighborhoods where the children's parents are underemployed or unemployed or working for decent wages and decent working conditions. We heard that already. From the food providers, for example, North York Harvest, the social enterprise generates funds that can be reinvested into their charitable work. This is a really interesting way to support and uplift our local economy. And we think about the mental health crisis that youth are facing on the Board of Health and seeing that 65% of youth and children in Ontario reporting mental health challenges. That's a very expensive problem. When you start to think about the healthcare implications and the behaviors that youth are getting involved in, I think that this has to be part of the solution to that challenge. High school completion, staying in school, so crucial. And one thing that we didn't come up that I think is really interesting and important here is that the places where the infrastructure is going to go, the kitchens, the improvements, those are a lot of neighborhoods that have historically had underinvestment outside of the city's core. Making this access of this infrastructure more equitable and accessible is important because in many places in the old city of York, which is half of my ward, schools were it. We didn't have parks, we didn't have community centers. Everything happened at the school. So putting this crucial infrastructure in community schools and underinvested areas is something that makes good on the promise to provide every neighborhood access. And it starts to move the needle there. Finally, I think that using this program to drive our social procurement goals, which means that we're making sure that we're actually moving the needle there where we've had a really hard time is important. The local economy is the real economy in many different ways, and uplifting people through opportunity is really crucial at a time when we live in such an unequal society. So I think that what we have here is a sensible program the City of Toronto is innovating, as it always has, around issues of population-level health and opportunity, and I look forward to seeing the success that our mayor will have in the intergovernmental table and the city manager will have in ensuring that this really goes to scale with the big bucks that come from the federal and provincial governments.
Thank you. Folks, no other speaker. The report as in front of you, all those, and it's adoption of the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. I'm going to clear several quick items, okay? Toronto Hydro Corporation and AGM and the audit, the financial statement is just a presentation. I see no speaker. Let's get that done. Also, the Quebec City High-Speed Rail Network is a presentation with only 1 or 2 speakers. Let's get that done. Also, the Toronto Paramedic Services is a multi-year staffing plan. Is quick. Let's do those quick items so we could clear the deck a bit. Are there any items that folks want to move your motions and get it through? No? Okay.
We want to deal with the new business items that we have.
There are 2 new items. I'll deal with that very shortly. Okay. Thank you, folks, for those of you that are in the school food program. Yes, we're eyeing your apples, but we're not allowed to do that here. Thank you for bringing them anyway. We'll save it for the kids to have. I thought I would do the hydro and the, I always like to deal with our guests first. Is hydro ready? If not, we can, yeah, they are here?
Yes, they are. They're right here. They're gonna
Okay, go ahead. This is the Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting and 2024 Audited Statement, Item 7. Thank you.
Shall we go?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian Topp. I'm the new chair of Toronto Hydro's Board of Directors. Presenting with me today is our new president and CEO, Jana Mosley. We also have our new chief financial officer, Bo Shin Guo, our chief operating officer, Sheikh Nayan, and our director of regulatory affairs and government relations, Andrew Sasso. Our board of directors is appointed by you and your city council colleagues. On screens, our current board of directors. We're looking forward to being joined by 3 new colleagues soon. This includes the replacement of former Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey, who got involved in federal politics, God help her, and 2 end-of-term appointments to independent director positions. We've been working hard to renew our executive leadership team. First and foremost, we appointed an energetic, strategic, thoughtful, and impressive new president and CEO. Jana was engaged for that job last year. Jana is now bringing in top talent to fill vacancies among her executive vice presidents, including Bo Chin, who joined us in May. Janine Taylor joined the company this week as Chief Strategy and Regulatory Officer. She brings a wealth of regulatory and electricity market experience, will advance Toronto Hydro to the energy transition, and we're currently recruiting a new Chief Customer Officer. We're here today formalizing our AGM with you for the first time in recent memory. Did you miss us? We hope this will help restart the relationship between Toronto Hydro and you, our shareholders. Toronto Hydro, I submit, is strategically important to the city. Your power utility is one of your most valuable assets, a $7 billion public asset. That value is going to continue to grow. Owning Toronto Hydro also ensures that the priorities and performance of the company align with your values and your priorities. For example, in these challenging times, a tariff conflict with the United States, our principal trading partner, and the climate emergency, investing in electricity infrastructure is a critical response. Energy, electricity is essential to a stronger, cleaner Toronto economy in these times. The good news for you as our shareholder and us as your electricity utility is this. The province of Ontario estimates that Toronto's electricity use will double over the coming 25 years. That's going to create tremendous opportunity for growth. I'll hand it over to Jana.
Thank you, Brian, Mayor and members of council. And thank you for the opportunity to lead this great company. My family and I are having a great time here in Toronto and all that it has to offer. And I'm really excited about what the future holds, both for Toronto Hydro and for our city. Before I talk to you today about business, I want to acknowledge that earlier this year, we lost a valuable member of our team at Toronto Hydro in a tragic workplace incident. I felt it was fitting that we pause for a moment to honor Miguel in a moment of silence. Thank you. We remember Miguel Escalante fondly. This loss is a heavy reminder of our vital role as a utility worker and what it carries with us and the risk that must be constantly managed. And we continue to look at ways to manage that high-risk work that our people do so that they can do it in the safest way possible. And as we move forward as an organization, we continue to prioritize the safety and well-being of our people and our community above all else. Toronto Hydro operates the local grid, the thousands of kilometers of overhead and underground power lines that serve the city's 3 million residents. And while large-scale generation and long-distance transmission lines tend to be the higher-profile projects these days, without Toronto Hydro distribution infrastructure, that electricity would not get to the homes and businesses here in the city of Toronto. Toronto Hydro is one of the few utilities in Canada that has an A+ credit rating, and in April, Corporate Knights magazine ranked us among the second most sustainable public sector companies in the world. Despite these successes, we still have much to do to improve and learn. As part of that improvement, we have defined our corporate purpose: electrifying communities today, building a brighter tomorrow. This purpose builds on the work that we've been doing to serve the needs of our customers and the priorities of our shareholder. In 2024, that meant powering Toronto safely and reliably while strategically preparing for the future. We will quickly cover some highlights today, and then I'll talk a bit about where we're going as we look forward. I recognize these slides have a lot of information on them, and I'm happy to follow up with you one-on-one for deeper conversation. Last year, City Council demonstrated its ongoing confidence in and support of Toronto Hydro through a 10-year equity investment that will enable us to continue to reinforce the electricity grid and build out expanded infrastructure to support economic development and electrification. In 2024 alone, we executed over $880 million worth of capital projects in Toronto's electricity system infrastructure and technology areas. We had a strong financial year with net earnings totaling $130 million, resulting in dividends of more than $80 million to the City of Toronto. In our operations, we continue to maintain high levels of reliability through grid modernization, which includes innovating through the use of technology. We are also making important, much-needed strides in improving the customer connection process for buildings, solar panels, and EV chargers. While our work on energy conservation continues to pay off with lower electricity demand, as Brian mentioned, our forecasts and those of the province indicate that demand for electricity will roughly double over the next 25 years. To address this need, last year, the Ontario Energy Board, our regulator, approved our request for more than $5 billion in regulated funding for the years of 2025 to 2029. We're moving quickly to implement our plan while remaining adaptable to evolving community needs and public policy imperatives. We exist to serve our customers. To reflect that, I have created the new position of Chief Customer Officer that we are currently in market for, and have given a call to action to all of our frontline leaders and our employees to focus on putting the customer at the center of everything they do. I ask them continuously, put yourselves in the shoes of our customers and think about what their experience is like in every interaction we have with them. In 2024, we introduced more enhanced digital services, upgraded customer technology, and delivered tools and programs to better support and engage our customers. Given the importance of energy affordability, in 2024, we supported 50,000 customers that were struggling through our customer assistance programs. 2024 was the first full year of our climate advisory services business, a team dedicated to executing the climate action mandate City Council has given us. As you can see from the table on this slide, that team, working with the rest of the utility, met our 2025 targets already a year early. We are in the process of refreshing our strategy and setting new targets for the coming years, aligning with customer demand and shareholder expectations. We are also building capacity to advance electrification through technology, including a new clean tech services network that links customers with equipment suppliers and an online calculator that helps electrifying customers make better choices in selecting heat pumps. Our strong partnership with the Toronto Parking Authority has enabled it to become the largest municipally owned charging network in Canada. One of the joys of coming to Toronto has been seeing the deep care that our employees have for our community and our support of the United Way, an organization that I'm very passionate about. A particularly important cause that we support as a company is medical care for burn victims, because the workplace risks associated with our electrical work can certainly lead to something as tragic as that. Last year, we raised over $725,000 for a dedicated Toronto Hydro Fund for regenerative medicine for burn care. I'll shift now to focus on what comes next. At Toronto Hydro, operational excellence is table stakes. Customers expect value for the rates they pay. We aim to meet these expectations with a persistent focus on learning and improvement in all aspects of what we do. And we need to maximize the financial value that we bring to you as our shareholder, so you can reinvest in the city. At the same time, we are growing in responsible ways in order to keep up with and work to stay ahead of the needs of our customers, developers, transit authorities, and the city, and many, many other stakeholders. We also need to enable the future. We need to make electrification easier for customers. We need to make climate action more accessible for businesses, and we must put customers in the position of participating in the electricity system with their solar panels, energy storage units, EVs, and so much more. Transform TO has been a great catalyst to focus our company on what matters to you as our shareholder. This week, our management team will be spending valuable time with our board of directors, discussing the macro trends in our industry, disruptors, and opportunities for Toronto Hydro as we review our strategy. Brian and I look forward to working with you to further clarify the financial and social opportunities ahead and solidify our shareholder value proposition to ensure you are getting what you expect from this investment. Through our renewed relationship with you, our shareholder, we will make progress to helping new homes with low carbon footprints to connect to the grid. We will stimulate the local economy by providing reliable, climate-resilient electricity to power-sensitive and power-intensive businesses, ranging from international banks and entertainment venues to advanced manufacturers, film studios, and local small businesses. We bring our spirit of partnership to the city corporations, agencies, and those including Toronto Community Housing, Toronto Parking Authority, and the TTC. And thank you to Paul Johnson and his team for their continued collaboration as we work together to power Toronto. Madam Mayor and members of council, with your support, we will continue to build a brighter tomorrow here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Love that format. Anyone have questions? Councillor Bravo.
Well, thank you very much. It is a great presentation, and obviously we're very attuned to the ways that we build together and meet our climate and economic development goals. I just wanted to really give the feedback that it's exciting to hear about the focus on customer service. And from a councillor perspective, It will be very helpful to us when we have landlords, unscrupulous landlords, who are using shutdowns, not passing on, charging utilities, but not paying for hydro. We've had to have high-level cooperation with very senior people, and to be able to systematize that, I hope that you really consider how to make sure that we're servicing this question of support for tenants so that we can have quick resolutions to these challenges, working through other city divisions. So that's my only feedback, and I really appreciate the chance to share it here. Thanks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yeah, it's refreshing to see Toronto Hydro answerable to City Council for a change, and welcome. I've never seen you in, 100 years, so it's a welcome change. I hope it continues, because we are your shareholder, right?
Absolutely.
The people of Toronto. The question I have is in regards to the ambitious goal. I think we were supposed to reach net zero by 2040. And at the same time, you've got this massive expansion program to modernize our transmission delivery system. How are you going to do those two things and keep the ratepayer protected from escalating hydro bills?
That's a great question, and one we're certainly talking about with policymakers, both federally and provincially, as well as the independent electric system operator that is responsible for planning generation and transmission capacity in the province. As I'm sure you're aware, there are three major components of a customer's bill. There's the energy supply, the generation component. There's transmission, the big wires, and then there's the small wires getting it to homes and businesses, which is the business we're in. So we're responsible for, right now, about a third of the costs that are on the bill. Certainly, we see a role for Toronto Hydro in influencing and advocating for the end-use customer in cost-effective ways to make sure generation is being competitively procured, so we're getting the lowest cost that's happening out there. Similarly with transmission, that the ISO and the provincial government are looking for ways to make sure, again, that where this build is required, it's done in the most cost-effective way possible. And then for our own build that we're responsible for, continuing to, again, competitively procure that work, to look at partnerships, and to look at opportunities for other sources of funding where we can offset from the ratepayer the contributions that are required. This is a big task ahead of all of us. And I think it's important we also focus on energy literacy and the total wallet cost as we look at transferring from fossil fuel energy costs to electrical energy costs.
When we're talking about net zero, we're basically talking about electrification. We're talking about converting from carbon fuels to non-carbon fuels and talking about taking up electrification. Electricity can be a cheaper, more efficient energy source than its predecessors. And so it should be possible to get to the goals that the city has set in a way that's efficient for consumers. And what they won't stand for is simply having all the costs dumped onto them. And so when Janet talks about the details of getting it right with the province, and when we are talking about making it right for customers so that when they adapt this, that they are capable of doing it, talking about getting all those balances right. But this is mostly about opportunity for Toronto Hydro and for its owner, the city, because as the Minister of the Government said in a speech that we cite, now we're going to need to double the amount of electricity used in this province in the next 25 years, and that's the province telling companies like Toronto Hydro, you need to double in the next 25 years. That's a significant opportunity. Right.
Just one more question. As you know, recently we had this horrific power outage in the Middle Belt in the Peterborough area where people were without power for weeks. It never made the Toronto papers very much, but people suffered through an incredible outage for weeks on end. My understanding is that we lost, or the Ontario Hydro lost about a couple 100,000 poles, hydro poles that were broken in half by the windstorm. And then I heard that in California, with all the fires, California fires, one of the main causes of the California fires was that the down hydro lines basically ignited the fires that devastated California. Do we have any long-term plan to bury our hydro lines so we can avoid these extreme climate events? Is that part of something we're looking at in our long-term plans?
It's a great
Thanks, Deputy
question.
Mayor
and
Cole. That
one
was the
that's
last question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's a great question and one that our planners are consistently weighing, risk and cost and benefit and social reward. I would say that climate resiliency is something that is on the minds of CEOs of utility companies in a way that it hasn't been in the past because of what we're seeing with climate change. I have the privilege of chairing a resiliency committee for Electricity Canada with my peers across the country and peers of mine in California, and I've had the opportunity of touring the Wildfire Emergency Center down at Southern California Gas and Electric. I would say in terms of whether or not you go underground or not, the biggest challenge is cost. Going underground is almost 10 times as expensive depending on where you're looking at putting that infrastructure in. So when we talk about costs to customers, and with all the other financial challenges, we really need to look at weighing the benefits of, no inconvenience of an outage related to weather versus that extra cost on the power bill. And so that's something that we continue to weigh, and the Ontario Energy Board, as our regulator, is responsible for also considering those options to make sure what we're building is in the best interest of customers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I know that there's not just Toronto Hydro, you have a lot of regulators. You have the OEB. Could you just give us the list of all the people that you have to check all the boxes of everything that you might want to do?
Sure, I'm happy to give like a high-level overview. So certainly federal policymakers set certain policy and regulation that we need to be attuned to, a little less for ourselves as Toronto Hydro, more the planning authorities as it relates to climate action goals, for example, or clean electricity regulation. Those would be two big files right now. Then we have, of course, the provincial government that sets policy and provides through that policy direction to primarily the independent electric system operator that's responsible for planning the grid and resource adequacy in the province. But also through that, they send a message to utilities such as Toronto Hydro around what their expectations are around, for example, connecting affordable homes and what role can electricity companies play in that. Then there's the Ontario Energy Board, and they are our regulator. In addition to the ISO's board, the OEB's board is also appointed by the provincial government, and they're responsible to make sure that they're balancing all of these different interests, cost, ensuring utilities are acting in the best interest of customers, but also ensuring that we're providing safe and reliable service. And most recently, they've provided a policy direction to be considering economic prosperity or the positives of economic well-being in the province from the outcomes of these decisions. And so with all of that, we then are responsible to go get the revenue we need to run our business by submitting an application to the OEB, our regulator. We do that on a periodic basis, and then they approve how much money we can spend on our business and go and collect that money from our customers.
Thank you. So it's not just regular business. There's a
lot of balancing. Yeah. There's a lot of balancing acts for sure, and which is why we also have to make sure that we're considering all of those legal requirements in addition to shareholder expectations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that explanation because it's quite complicated, as you've shown. I'm interested in the EV charging, which I have been for a while, and the council's position, which is in permit parking areas where Toronto Hydro, Transportation Services, and the Toronto Parking Authority are charged with finding ways that people can buy EVs and charge on their local streets. But I'm finding that it's very difficult to actually move that forward. Do you have any suggestions where we can be more successful in areas which have permit parking with no front yard parking, garages, to advance that? And for the citizens who happen to park on the street?
It's a great question, and we are focused right now on working with the Toronto Parking Authority on how we can continue to advance plans there to enable more on-street EV charging. I think when we step away this week and talk about our longer-term strategy as an organization, we're going to take a look at, is there a different role we can or should be playing? And we're going to continue this conversation with the city administration team.
Because it's always that it's hard for Toronto Hydro to do that. And it's more than on-street parking. On-street parking is not permit parking. These are permit parking areas that, so I'm wondering if we can just follow up, make sure that you have a plan and that residents who are paying millions of dollars actually to park on the street actually have some advantage as well as somebody has a garage, so.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, it goes to your earlier question around what we're regulated to be allowed to do versus what we're not regulated to do. And so part of our strategy needs to consider recognizing this may be a priority for our shareholder. Do we need to go about doing something like this in a non-regulated business so that we can help unleash the potential of EV charging?
I see. It's, again, complicated, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, you're moving the three recommendations in front of you, right?
Yes, with great thanks for this team to come today and refresh that relationship, and thank you very much to all the leadership at Toronto Hydro.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. All those in favor of the recommendations, opposed, carry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me just squeeze one more item in, maybe even two. The Toronto, Quebec City high-speed rail network. Sorry to keep you waiting. There is a presentation, auto, and two, let me see, I think there are two speakers. There you are. Yeah. Okay. We are all set. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us today. My name is Pierre-Yves Boivin. I am Chief Communication and Engagement Officer with Alto, and I am accompanied today by my colleague David Cook, who is our Vice President, Systems and Interfaces. We have submitted a presentation for your review, although we will not go in detail through it because it's a fairly long document, but we'll talk about all the things that are in there, and we're happy to take your questions after if you have any. We wanted to talk to you about two things this morning. The first thing is about Alto, this great project that was announced on February 19 that a lot of people have heard about for decades, which was creating a high-speed rail network between Quebec City and Toronto with stops in Trois-Rivières, Montreal, Laval, Ottawa, Peterborough, and Toronto. It's been an idea that was developing for several decades, but now we're more advanced than ever before with the selection of a consortium that will help us develop the project, and with also the commitment by the federal government of important funding for us to do the development phase. It will be a network that will run on fully dedicated electric tracks that will increase mobility, increase productivity, increase connectivity between our major centers in Canada, will also help significantly reduce congestion. We talk about a project that has never been met before in terms of its impact since the creation of the St. Lawrence Seaway, something that will develop up to 50,000 jobs during the construction and implementation, with an important uplift of our GDP, as you could see in the document, and would also be something very important in terms of having our people move between our important cities. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is the work that we want to do with the City of Toronto and Torontonians as we develop this important project. We're in very early days. The project has just been approved by the government, although it has been, as I said, in development for several years. We have engaged with various stakeholders, rights holders, people from civil society, communities, and citizens in the last year and a half to make them aware of the existence of this project. But now we're at a time where we're starting to really develop the project. We have teams that have started environmental surveys. We have our engineers who are looking at options to see how we're going to select an alignment, where the stations will be located. Those are all things that are still to be developed, and that's why we wanted to come to you today to say that although we've started very high-level initial discussions with the City of Toronto officials, we want to find a way to really work in partnership with the city, with elected officials, and with the public to make this a reality. It's about for us to also put in place a good community benefit program. We've actually had interesting initial discussions with the Community Benefit Office here at the City of Toronto. And we need also to have your feedback as to how you would like us to engage your citizens and how we can make sure that the public consultation program that we will develop throughout the development phase is something that will respond to your expectations and that will allow us to get the feedback we required as we develop the project. We want to make sure that people understand not only the overall impact of the project and what it means for them, but also to understand how we're going to actually develop it in their neighborhoods. So thank you very much for your attention, and we're ready to take any of your questions.
Councilor Bravo, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to hear again about this project. I wanted to probe the question about access to workforce opportunities, especially since we have people in the trades, the slowdown in construction. What have the considerations been about creating pathways into employment through this amazing project? And what stage are you at in terms of having those initial conversations or resourcing or staffing appropriately to make sure that we're maximizing the opportunity?
Yeah, just a few words before I let David maybe talk a little more about how we're going to do this concretely and in the development of our project. But we talk about 1,000 kilometers of double track new rail infrastructure, so lots of steel, lots of copper wires, lots of aluminum structures. And the biggest economic impact that we will have is the actual civil engineering construction. So lots of people from our communities that are going to be impacted and will have an opportunity. We're still in the early days of our procurement strategy, but I think, as you said, there's a lot of opportunities. I don't know, David, if you want to maybe talk about our development.
There we go. So the project is slated to create something like 51,000 jobs during construction. That's pretty significant. And of course, that's going to be it's going to be a big focus on using Canada resources. I think we can see that in the current, how can I say, the current environment that the project is evolving in. Sorry about that. The other thing too is that we've been actually discussing on sort of like the community benefits part of it, and we've had a discussion with your community benefits folks on June 10th as well as we met. So the discussion is ongoing, but for sure the benefits will be across the whole region that the railway will be built on or across.
Yeah, great. So in addition to the climate impact, the ability to move people more efficiently, this is a really exciting opportunity. I'm very happy to hear that you're thinking about how to create access to good career jobs, particularly in the trades, and we really need that in the City of Toronto and this region. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for bringing these details forward. I just have a couple of quick ones, and apologies if I missed it. I did have to step out for a moment. What's the timeline, anticipated timeline for delivery of this project? It's a big and exciting one, I'm sure. I'd love to hear any insights you have on that.
Yes, well, you know, we're at the very beginning of I guess it's I'd say still a bit of a long process, but I think we're closer than we've ever been. So on February 19th, we had the authorization by the federal government to launch what we call the development phase. It's a phase that will last maybe 5 years, through which we will identify an alignment, we will select locations for stations, we will refine a budget, we will do the impact assessment, we will consult with communities, Indigenous nations. So a lot of concrete work that needs to be done. Then we have to submit that, I guess, business plan to the federal government again for their decision to make on whether or not we're going to build the infrastructure. And then we're going to build it in segments. We're going to stagger the segments. So, and then we can expect that a first segment could take up to maybe 7 years, 8 years to build, obviously depending on which one will be selected. We still have not selected which segment will be first yet, but that kind of work needs to happen in the coming weeks, in the coming years, sorry.
Great, amazing. Really helpful. It sounds like some of the other questions that were coming up for me will be sort of figured out over the development phase you mentioned over the next number of years, including anticipated funding splits and things of that nature. So again, thank you. We'll look to follow this and hope to ride on it one day in my lifetime. So thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Mayor. That's all for me.
Yep, please do.
Happy to move receipt.
Oh, pardon me. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I just hope it takes
Oh,
longer.
I have two speakers on this item.
Oh, sorry.
Before we actually go into consideration of the item, any other questions to the deputant? Thank you so much for your presentation. We're excited. And the only thing is, please, hurry up.
Well, thank you for
Accelerate.
having us, and thank you also for the letter you sent to the executive committee supporting our project. That means a lot to us.
Absolutely, yep.
Thank you.
Long awaited, yes. Think of the convenience of not being able to be stuck in traffic, right? Thank you. Two speaker, there is, I believe, Mr. Drew, Chris Drew, Brampton Board of Trade, and Saeed Mohammed after you.
Hello. Oh.
Yep.
So
Go
Chris,
ahead.
yeah, so hi, Executive Committee. Chris Drew wasn't able to attend this meeting, so he asked me to read off his deputation and add a few remarks from my perspective. This is also my first time deputing. So my name is Saeed Mohammed, and Chris Drew and I are fellow alumni from Toronto Metropolitan University's Planning School, TMU. Chris asked me to convey that he's a constituent of Toronto Centre. Chris is also a volunteer with the Brampton Board of Trade Policy and Government Relations Committee and advises that in addition to the public endorsement mentioned in Alto's deck, the Brampton Board of Trade also supports Alto's high-speed rail vision. Thank you, Mayor, for putting this high-speed rail on today's agenda. Alto's deck clearly shows the benefit and opportunities for Canada and Toronto. A new high-speed rail dedicated corridor will mean speed, reliability, frequency, and freedom from long and slow freight trains. Chris has used high-speed rail in Germany and Japan, and Canada can make this happen. We've never been as close as we are now with Alto's efforts. There has never been this level of activity to get shovels in the ground. Indigenous consultation and involvement are important, and Alto's deck mentions this. Chris has family in Peterborough. A direct Toronto to Peterborough passenger rail connection would make this visiting and helping family easier. It would build Ontario regional connections and unity. Mayor Chow, Chris notes that given your passion for canoeing and kayaking, Peterborough passenger rail service gives Torontonians another option to access waterways, including the Trent Canal and the Outaouais River. Councillor Ainsley, as you know, Chris got married at the Guild Inn and took the GO train there. High-speed rail means more opportunities for visitors to use high-speed rail as part of their trip to Guild Park and Gardens. Councillor Morley, Chris observes the Mary Curtis Park and the small businesses in Long Branch, New Toronto, and Mimco are highly accessible via the TTC and GO train. High-speed rail means more visitors can explore your ward. They can also listen to your constituent Toronto Mike's podcast while on the train. Councillors Bravo, Carroll, Cole, Fletcher, Malik, Matlow, and Perks, Chris comments that your wards have many constituents who want more non-car and plane options to travel, and that high-speed rail can attract more visitors to Toronto to check out your parks, local businesses and artists, and support economic growth for Toronto. Chris Drew thanks you for your time and urges the City of Toronto to support the Alto high-speed rail work. Councillors, additionally, this is my perspective. I'd like to advocate for a project that is not just about transportation, but about the future prosperity and connectivity of our city and our nation. A little bit about myself. For a year, I served as an urban planner in Richmond, Virginia in the United States. During that time, I often had to attend conferences in nearby cities, including Virginia Beach. To manage my time effectively, reduce stress, and travel, I ensured I arrived prepared. I frequently opted to take the Amtrak passenger rail service, quite similar to the Via Rail here in the GTHA. This process was incredibly fast, quick, convenient, and easy. Secondly, the high-speed rail Alto will provide better connectivity to major cities such as Montreal, Ottawa, and Quebec City. Not only will this improve connectivity between major cities, but it will also improve the quality of life for many Canadians. Additionally, Canada is the only G7 nation without a high-speed rail system. Finally, and crucially, it's time for Toronto to lead. This project is not a luxury, it is a necessity for a modern and comprehensive and sustainable Canada. I thank you for your time. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Any questions? No? Thank you so much. I say hello to Chris Drew. I saw him here earlier. Sorry, couldn't stay. No other speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley, you've moved the recommendations. Councillor Coe, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is glad to see that you've endorsed this initiative. Because it's about time Canadians woke up. We are so far behind the rest of the world.
Yeah.
We're still using diesel technology that we've been using since 1888. It's shameful that we're running trains across Canada with diesel technology and polluting, and it is so slow. And we were the world leaders building the the CPR across the Rockies and everything, and we've fallen so far behind. It's really, as I said, disgraceful what's happened here. And to add insult to injury, we've got a premier that wants to spend $100 billion tunneling underneath the 401. He's got to give his head a shake. If we really want to do something about moving people and getting rid of traffic and car dependency, we have to invest smartly in projects like this, which not only mean people will travel more efficiently, faster, but also it really connects the country. It allows Canadians to visit our great Canadian cities and provinces. One of the most beautiful cities in the world is Quebec City, Montreal. Just fabulous places we undervalue. Instead, we go to Disney World and we go to, all these places. Anyways, so this is why we have to be enthusiastic about this, and we've got to support this initiative, because if we don't, we are going to, split apart as a country. We're going to lose a lot of jobs, because this is cutting-edge technology that requires cutting-edge training, education for our future generations. They have an opportunity to work in, one of the most advanced technological fields that our young people will have a great career in. So it's so important on so many aspects that we have to build some enthusiasm for this. And hopefully the federal government will continue to invest in this, and hopefully the provincial government will stop wasting billions on tunneling the 401, and the city will get behind it, as other Canadian cities will get behind this critically important initiative for the future of Canada and for the future of our next generation. So let's get real, and let's start to be serious about this critical investment in our country and in our future. And this high-speed rail is about 100 years overdue. But anyways, thank you for coming today.
Thank you. 100 years overdue. Any other speaker? If not, I'll just, yes, Councillor Ainsley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy to see this here today. I think it's a very important initiative when we look at our transportation sector and how we move around this country. I just want to remind everybody, I did move a motion in March 2023 at City Council about supporting this, and it was endorsed unanimously at City Council. There's a number of municipalities throughout the Windsor to Quebec City corridor that have endorsed high-speed rail. One of the reasons I brought it forward was I had a discussion with the City Councilor at the time from Montreal, Craig Sauvé, from the District of Saint-Henri, East Little Burgundy, who also moved a similar motion at Montreal City Council. So I think this is a very important initiative. I'm glad it's here today, and I hope we can continue to fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Those of us that have actually experienced traveling on a high-speed rail, quite a long time ago, I think the one I took was in Shanghai. It's 300K. Just bam. I thought, oh my God, why am I stuck in traffic going over to Pearson? And yeah, back and forth. I used to be a member of Parliament for 8 years, and just the back and forth to travel just did not make sense. So I'm glad it's finally proceeding. Anything we can do to fast track your work, let us know. And good luck, and go for it. Thank you so much. All those in favor of the recommendations in front of us, opposed, carry, thank you. We have time for one more presentation, the paramedics. Thank you so much for your time. Okay, good luck. Paramedics have a quick presentation about how they are increasing this year. They're hiring 112 more paramedics to help out, and why there's such a need for. Okay, all right. I will, I just thought one should be very proud about I am excited. One should be very proud of their work. 5 minutes or 10 minutes, we need to, before lunch. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the members of the Executive Committee for allowing us to present to you today. I'll provide you just with a very brief overview of the highlights of the report that is before you, along with an staffing analysis that accompanies that report. Just a little bit of background just before we begin. This report was brought forward based on direction from City Council through the 2025 budget process to bring forward a staffing plan, multi-year staffing plan, along with a staffing analysis to inform that plan to address increasing call demand, ongoing healthcare and hospital pressures, and to address rising response times. So in terms of our challenges, as you can see, our call demand continues to grow annually. It was up 5% last year over 2023, in fact. In-hospital wait times continue to be an issue. Compared to pre-pandemic levels, they're up 11%. And as you may recall, the AG conducted an operational review last year where she indicated that paramedics spend about 700 hours each day in hospital. And what's not on here as well is that response times have also gone up by 15% since pre-pandemic time. The driving factors behind all of this are an aging growing population, lack of access to primary care, the drug toxicity situation, and mental health issues as well. As I pointed out, the AG conducted an operational review last year, and you may recall this graphic from her report, which really clearly lays out the driving factors behind our demand, and that has led to ourselves and hospital emergency departments really being a safety net for the healthcare system overall. So this just gives you a graphic depiction of that. This particular graph, this is really central to the entire report, and it talks about our availability. Our availability really affects our service delivery and response times. As you can see at the far left of the graph, the graph itself, depicts the daily hours where there were less than 10% of available ambulances available to respond to calls. So in other words, over 90% of these ambulances were tied up on other calls. As you can see, the low availability incidents were much lower pre-pandemic. And then as we entered the pandemic and even going on forward, we're still dealing with numerous low availability incidents. So basically, the higher the spike, the worse it is. And compared to pre-pandemic levels, we're up 300% in terms of low availability. And of course, this affects response times, it affects the workload on our staff, and affects their resilience to be able to keep going every shift. So what we're coming forward with is these particular staffing increases on a year-by-year basis. And this is based on our detailed staffing analysis, which accompanies the report. These numbers also, as we've pointed out down below, reflect operational needs, but also realistic hiring capacity. And the 362, I should mention, also includes 331 frontline paramedic positions. In terms of our hiring, we've already taken in 3 classes this year. They're already working on the road, serving our community. 3 additional classes and cohorts are scheduled for the remainder of the year, and 2 additional cohorts are scheduled for the spring of 2026. Here are the financials. The bottom line is this will be, the cost of the city will be $26.3 million. We have a cost-shared program with the province, 50-50, and we've had no indication that will come to an end. They have been very supportive of our needs year over year, and we see no indication that will come to an end at all. So the impacts and outcomes, we anticipate that by the end of this plan, by 2028, it will increase our ambulance availability by up to 20% and lead to a reduction in response times for life-threatening calls. It will help to reduce overtime, mitigate staff fatigue and burnout, and balance the workload for our hardworking frontline staff, and support improvements for their retention and their morale. And in the end, we want to ensure that their resilience is supported, especially during those very busy periods. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of the presentation.
Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you for joining us today with this presentation and for the good work. I had just a few quick questions, one of which is related to the dispatcher funding. I understand that the dispatchers are specifically funded through a different funding cycle and a different fiscal year from the province. Can you tell us if more funding has been requested via the province for additional emergency medical dispatchers?
Yeah, to the chair. So thank you for the question. Yeah, the process for requesting additional staff for our communication center does follow a different process. What I should point out as well is our communication center is 100% funded by the province. So in essence, we're actually operating the control center on behalf of the province, which they fund 100%. What happens is business cases are submitted to the province for funding for new positions to be approved. We receive notification from the province, usually in about Q1 of any given year, as to whether those positions have been approved. Following approval by the province, we then seek council approval to add those approved positions by the province into the city budget. The province, like I said, has been very supportive of our needs on the operations side for paramedics, as well as on the communication center side. And we have made a request to the province for more communications center staff, and we haven't heard back yet.
So would it be Q1 next year in terms of the cycle that we would find out?
We should be finding out any day now,
Okay,
actually.
wonderful, that's great. I have a couple more quick ones. In terms of the separation data, how can you give us a bit of context and color to the volume of sort of exits and separations that we're seeing from the existing staff complement?
Yeah, so on the paramedic side, we can tell you that exits in 2024 were around, the exit rate was around 6.2%, around 6%, which is about half that of the city. The city's is around 11%. So, we've done well on that side. On the communication center side, much more challenging. We did have retention issues through 2024. And we're starting to see a bit of an improvement in that area as well.
Great. And then my last question is just around the point that was mentioned around talent retention. We know we heard a lot from incredible frontline paramedics through our budget process about how attractive it can be and how, sometimes services outside of Toronto are looking to poach our wonderful men and women. So just wondering what we're doing through this multi-year staffing plan and the investment associated to around talent retention, if you could put a finer point on that for us.
Of course. So, of course, actually hiring these new staff is a retention strategy in and of itself, because that will help to reduce workload, fatigue, those sort of things, burnout. And what we've heard from our staff is that it's the workload that really is the biggest issue for them, that affects affects their job every single day, and it does affect their morale. Another thing that we're continuing to do is offer ongoing training and advancement opportunities to further their skills to become paramedics at higher levels. We have paramedics at 3 different levels, and they can upgrade their skills. We offer management opportunities. We offer special teams such as bicycle medics, our emergency task force paramedics, community paramedicine. All of these are offered to our paramedics throughout the year, working special events, that sort of thing. We're also trying to invest in as much, technology and equipment, up-to-date equipment for our paramedics, everything from stretchers to the latest in ambulances to patient care supplies as well, to make sure that they can deliver the best care possible. Back in 2023, we partnered with the local 416 on a harmonized shift schedule. And anecdotally, we're hearing that has helped to make a difference, increasing team cohesion amongst our frontline staff. We also have a comprehensive psychological health and wellness program, which we've had in place for a number of years. We have an in-house staff psychologist, in-house psychological superintendent, and peer resource team, as well as online tools and resources for all of our staff
I'm going to jump in.
use of.
Thank you. Her 5
Great
minutes
list.
is up.
Keep up the good work. Thanks, Vic.
Thank you so much. It's 12:30. I want to finish this item. How many more questions? Councillor Bravo, and then I'm going to get the recommendations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. You asked a lot of my questions. I just wanted to touch further on the job quality piece. If you could briefly describe the innovations that are being pursued right now with expanded scope of work and how that might allow for better turnaround times by diverting patients from hospitals. And then whether that reduces the amount of time of having wait at the hospital, but also to get back into the parts of the city, particularly thinking about the outside of the core.
I'm extending this session until we finish this item. Okay?
That's my only question.
Go ahead.
So yeah, we are. So I guess I heard two things in there. So one of the things that we are doing is we're exploring opportunities to divert patients away from hospital emergency departments. There's referrals to 811. There's the Toronto Community Crisis Service, the Stabilization Center. We're receiving funding from the province for dedicated offload nurses at hospitals. So that's on the hospital ED diversion side. And then on the, sorry, I apologize, I was
The expanded scope of practice.
expanded scope of practice for paramedics.
paramedics, yeah.
For paramedic, yeah. And so we are offering expanded skills for our frontline paramedics to allow them to provide better service delivery for our patients. Our patients, we're finding, are presenting with more and more acute conditions. And so offering that ability to all of our frontline paramedics to expand their skills will definitely help our community in the end.
So that would be a treat and release kind of.
There's
Yeah.
You're right. There's treat and release. That is one thing that we are doing. That we did that in partnership with the province, where a paramedic can arrive on scene, treat a certain type of patient, and be able to leave without transporting at all.
And finally, does that, the career ladder prospect, to be able to have that continual training, does that speak a bit to retention? And because of the, the expanded scope of practice creates a career ladder?
100%, yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, the recommendation in front of you.
I have a motion.
Oh, Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Cole.
So my motion is that the City Council reiterate its request to the Ontario government to consider establishing a provincial mandated target for wait times to offload a patient, to encourage hospitals to better manage paramedic offloading delays. This motion basically pertains to an incredibly dangerous situation where 60% of all service times by our paramedics is spent waiting to triage their patients, 60% of their time. That's over 700 hours a day. And that's because our hospitals are overcrowded, our emergencies are a disaster, and subsequently our paramedics cannot respond to calls because they sit waiting in our ERs across the city. And our paramedics have, 6 months ago, they asked for the province to look at this emergency situation. In 6 months, they've received no response. This is shameful that the province is ignoring this emergency safety situation that Toronto residents face every day, 24 hours a day. So our paramedics are trying to do the best they can, but they shouldn't be spending 60% of their time waiting in ERs to have their patients treated in an emergency situation. That is a shameful situation that exists because the province is not paying attention and funding our ERs properly and our hospitals properly. So that is the reason for my motion.
Good point. All those in favor, Deputy Mayor Cole, in favor? Sure, I see it. Opposed, carry, and the motion in front of you. Item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. We will be back at 1:30. Have a good lunch. We have item 2, 4, 10, 11, 12, and 2 new items left. Hey, folks, we have quorum, and let's do 24-4, leveraging city-owned real estate to support city council objectives. Eleni, Children's Urban Enrichment Studio, are you here? Eleni, are you online? What happened?
She's online, she just has she's not, her name on the line, she just has a phone number, so we're just promoting her right now.
Okay, we are connecting you. It's happening. We are waiting.
Eleni, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Well, that was Anna just asked.
Oh, that's Anna. That's a different person. Okay.
So that's Anna, just checking with her.
We're doing item 4. At first, I thought since it had 8 deputants.
Hello, Eleni, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, good. That's her.
All right. Go for it. 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. My name is Eleni. I'm from Children's Urban Enrichment Studio. I will be reading out a letter from the Business Improvement Area, Lakeshore Village Improvement Area. Attention Executive Committee. The Lakeshore Village BIA would like their objections noted for the removal and use of the Green P parking lots, 126th Street, Car Park 511, and 145th Street, Car Park 506, as part of the Toronto builds. There are a number of reasons for the BIA's objection to the loss of these parking lots. Both lots are integral to the commercial success of the businesses whose customers use these lots on a daily basis. The BIA is already losing a Green P lot at 66 3rd Street to a shelter. Losing 2 more lots within the same time frame will be devastating to these Main Street businesses. Future business investment is also dependent on the parking availability. New investments are dependent on drive-up traffic, city permits, and provincial business licensing. For example, a newly renovated commercial property within the BIA has been planning a 250-person capacity banquet hall. The future licenses are at risk should they not qualify based on parking availability, which will result in huge financial losses. With regards to the residential density, the ongoing Lakeshore Avenue study initial drafts recommended an increase in building heights resulting in higher neighborhood density. Without mandated parking for residential units, this will strain existing paid parking, creating a conflict between business customers and residential parking. Please consider these items when assessing the future of our commercial Main Street. Sincerely yours, Chris Corwin. Thanks for that. That was from the BIA. And now I'd like to just speak a little bit from Children's Urban Enrichment Studio as a local resident and business owner in New Toronto. Repurposing Green P parking lots like 66 3rd Street, 145th Street, 126th Street for supportive housing and shelter infrastructure without community consultation or a thorough impact assessment would have an immediate and irreversible consequence for businesses along Lakeshore Boulevard. This neighborhood already deeply struggles with very low pedestrian walking traffic and declining storefront activity. Losing these parking lots means more than 62% reduction in public parking capacity in New Toronto, reduced access for customers in a car-dependent neighborhood, a drop in business and revenue. Further, destabilization of an already economically fragile Main Street. Our parking lots are not underutilized. There is 80% average occupancy in these lots. We are asking that they be planned equitably, strategically, and without undermining struggling communities like ours. 3 lots taken over within 6 months. City is picking locations seemingly solely on city-owned land alone. It means ill-fitting sites are selected, and our community safety and locally owned small businesses are put at risk. This plan puts more pressure on the struggling neighborhood. Preserving these parking lots is important for future EV charging stations. Having that infrastructure in place brings people to New Toronto and thereby bringing people into the community to do business. Losing the lots further destabilizes us. Many businesses in our community have already confirmed they would not be renewing their leases due to the shelter being brought into the community, meaning our storefront windows will all be boarded up with plywood as in the past. There was lots of drugs and prostitution 10 years ago, back again in plain sight. It happened in the past, and community is concerned. We had to bring in a police station just to clean up the streets, the neighborhood, lots of drug use, prostitution right in front of our children. Basic safety measures had to be brought in by police, and we are worried, the business community is worried that there will be no vibrancy in the area due to no parking and different measures that are being planned. We strongly urge the city to please reconsider these parking lots. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Any questions to the deputy? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Eleni, for joining us. I'm glad you could speak on this item, and good to hear you again. I just wanted to confirm that you are aware, and we are in receipt of the letter from the BIA, but no decisions are being made at this time. Are you aware, in terms of the other additional lots that you mentioned? Are you clear on that fact?
Yes, we just would like to make it very clear that the businesses in the community are really opposing the parking lots being taken away, as they are worried there will be no parking for their customers. They are worried about future licenses for ongoing business. As we chatted in our meeting, Amber, last week, you know, the struggles in our community are real, and we just want to make it very clear that the businesses will be suffering. Businesses have already said they are not renewing their leases. Landlords are in a frenzy. There's lots of businesses up for sale on the past 2 months on MLS, storefronts, businesses, buildings. We're worried. This happened 10 years ago, and it's happening, you know, it's very likely it will happen again if there's not people willing to rent out the storefronts. It's going to be a very bleak neighborhood. There
Thanks,
will not be
Eleni.
vibrancy. Yes.
Thank you.
You're
No,
welcome.
sorry, I don't want to interject, but I do appreciate you taking the time to join us and speaking on behalf of the BIA to get those concerns very clearly on the record. As we talked about in our meeting last week, all of this is very live and in discussion, and we'll continue to keep you all looped in as the conversations progress. But I do share your concerns, and it's something that we're going to continue to work on together. So thanks again for taking the time. Those are all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none.
We have some other speakers.
Any question to the staff? Oh, do we have any other speaker?
Other speakers?
Okay.
Natasha?
Come on up.
I wonder if, because the agenda has changed very recently, there were more people scheduled to speak. Now, they have sent me their deputation. Would you allow me to read their deputation in addition to mine?
Yeah, if they are
That's
not
okay?
coming back, would they be coming back?
Only when they have 5 minutes, you cannot.
Yeah, you have a total of 5
I
minutes.
have 5 minutes, I understand, and I'm going to take that. I don't want to forfeit that. But just due to the shuffling of the agenda item, could...
My clerk said no. My apology.
No, I can't do that, I'm sorry.
Online?
My word is more important than theirs.
Okay, let's get it going. Let's
I'm
get it going.
here.
Okay, go for it. Let's
Go for
yeah,
it. Thank
you start.
Dear Mayor and Executive Committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It isn't easy, and I should tell you that there are countless other people who share my thoughts who could not be here today because they're busy working, caring for small children, trying to keep their small businesses afloat in New Toronto. Some of them were scheduled to speak today, but they're not going to be able to because the agenda was shuffled. So sadly, I'm here as a somewhat frustrated resident of New Toronto. I spoke with a senior city staff member late last week week who didn't know where New Toronto was. So in case anyone else is unsure, it's a small landlocked community squished in between train tracks to the north, the lake to the south, Mimico and Long Branch to the east and west. It's remote, it's small, vulnerable, and currently under threat. Since nobody has come to us to ask, I've come to you to speak on how the decisions you make here, particularly decisions under EX 24.4, will negatively affect the future of us way over there in New Toronto. We ask that you re-examine how it is being implemented. I've lived in that area for almost 20 years. Not only do I try to support local business, but I also encourage others to do the same. It isn't easy. Right now, our retail strip is sparse, struggling, and it shuts down after 7 p.m. We have the bare minimum. There's not much pedestrian traffic, especially not after dark. Right now, businesses in the area, like the pharmacies, law firm, physiotherapist, dentist, floral school, Q's, Urban Enrichment Studio, they all benefit greatly from New Toronto's accessible parking. Unlike more bustling neighborhoods, this area is remote. It's void of good transit, and it's car-dependent. Offering accessible parking is crucial. We're a car-dependent neighborhood, and not by preference, but only because transit here is unreliable and doesn't connect well to other parts of the city. The issue is, a city report has deemed parking lot 66 at 66 3rd Street as surplus, and as such, has selected to replace this site with a homeless shelter. While this may have made sense from a desktop evaluation, it is very different in reality. A community-funded FOI showed that this lot is not underutilized. It is actually 80% occupied. It may have appeared underperforming to city staff who don't know the site because this lot charges far less than other lots in the city. If this lot is taken away and replaced with a large institutional use building, which incidentally would be smack in the midst of small bungalows and family homes, it will overwhelm New Toronto with more supportive housing than we can possibly support. New Toronto accounts for a staggering 64% of all supportive housing in South Etobicoke, the highest concentration in the area. More than 27% of New Toronto's housing is already subsidized, and this far surpasses both the citywide average and that found in surrounding communities like Long Branch, Mimico, Alderwood, Stonegate, Queensway, and South Kingsway. This does not take into account the Helen Keller Centre, which will increase that further when it opens later this year. This overconcentration runs counter to Toronto's own housing TO and complete communities principles, which call for equitable distribution of affordable housing and mixed income integration. New Toronto needs more middle-income investment, more street-level activity, viable retail, and not the loss of crucial infrastructure that will stress our fragile situation. We all support housing for everybody, but my community is asking, why choose New Toronto? Why choose a tiny 9,000 square foot lot on a quiet residential street that is already under economic pressure? This isn't a transit hub, it's not a major corridor, it's a small, stretched neighborhood doing its best to stay afloat. Removing parking in this neighborhood won't cause inconvenience, it risks collapsing what little commercial activity we have. If businesses if businesses lose customers, they close. When storefronts go dark, neighborhoods decline. It's a slow erosion that starts with what looks like a simple land use decision. I urge this committee to look for better alternatives, larger parking lots in higher density areas, places with real transit connections where housing can be built above parking instead of replacing it already. I'll say this again. We can choose larger surface lots and build over top of them. This doesn't mean digging, but it means building on top of the surface parking areas. Just north, the Queensway is undergoing a development boom. Dozens of new high-density mixed-use buildings on a major commercial lots. Why isn't the city leveraging those to integrate subsidized or supportive housing at scale? Selecting a site for homeless shelters must be based not only on ownership and zoning, but on lived realities, particularly on neighborhood context. When City Council removed councillors from advocating on behalf of their neighborhoods, it gave Toronto Shelter Support and Services unfettered power to impose shelters into neighborhoods. Councillors and the BIA, who represent the people most affected by these decisions, are completely muzzled. In our case, it is based on inaccurate metrics as well. New Toronto's vital infrastructure is being replaced by a congregate shelter with complex needs clientele.
Wait, 5 minutes is up.
Sorry, yep.
Okay, you have to wrap up.
I just wanted to invite you all to New Toronto to witness the parking lot that we're talking about and see how small it is and how close it is to families.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused. We're not dealing with shelter in this item. This is.
We're dealing with the appropriation of parking lots to build as the city deems appropriate. And we haven't been consulted on that.
That is not part of this item.
Is it not part of sorry, I don't have the item with me right now.
It's item.
It was actually
4.
the CEO of Create TO who encouraged me to come and speak on this item.
But anyway, you've made the deputation.
Sure, thank you.
But you have questions to the
I do,
deputation?
just a quick one, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's not on
I
the
don't
shelter.
understand, Deputy Mayor Molly. The item in front of us is not about building shelters.
No.
It's about.
So there's a challenge in the community at this time, based on this report and subsequent reports for city building projects, 2 additional lots in a 3 or 4 block radius in my ward, where we are moving forward with a shelter on 3rd, 5th, and 6th have now also been identified for other city building projects for affordable housing. So there is a lot of frustration in the community, as well as some concerns
okay.
about the cumulative impact
Even
of
though
the
we're
city.
not debating about
Not
that
today.
lot.
This is about off-street city-owned parking lots, which is in the report before us. So thank you, Natasha, for coming. I do have one quick question, Madam Mayor, and I'll keep it short.
Go ahead.
Again, thanks for taking the time. Thanks for your ongoing advocacy. You mentioned about retaining parking at grade, and I think that that's an important idea and something that we are pursuing. I've met with the BIA, I've met with the head of Create TO, the head of TPA. So this is something we're very actively working on. In the event that parking can be retained at grade, would you support the city moving forward with affordable housing units on our property in our community? And for the record, New Toronto is also my neighborhood. Go ahead.
There are so many aspects of this entire plan that holistically it doesn't make sense for New Toronto. And that is because New Toronto has been bypassed for development, for investment, for many years. We've sort of been crushed. Like I said, nobody really knows about us because they'll say, oh, there's new development in Mimico and there's new development in Long Branch, but that is not New Toronto. And we are sort of cut off from them. We are suffering, and there are a lot of store closures. And so I would say that you cannot remove one from the other. It kind of goes hand in hand. If the parking is removed, that creates its problem on its own. But then on top of that, bringing in a shelter, bringing in more supportive housing than what we already have is a whole other added, it's sort of just kicking us while we're down, I guess, is the best way. I'm
So
sorry.
no to affordable housing on the lot, even if parking could be retained, is the position, is the response, is what I'm gathering. But we can take it offline because I'll see you
No,
tonight at the
I
shelter
would love
meeting.
affordable housing to be built there if we have other elements come in that bolster our community before we offer supports to other people. Because there are other thriving communities that can be explored before we come to New Toronto.
Sounds good. And again, I appreciate you taking the time. I'll see you tonight at our shelter
Yes,
meeting.
we will. Thank you
Thanks,
very much
Natasha.
for everybody. Thank you. Amber, I'm using your pen I just found.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earlier on, the deputant said that I shuffled the agenda. As you will have all noticed, that what I normally do is to get all the fast item out first. This item has 8 speakers, and which is why the presentations went first, okay? The ones that have only 1 or 2 speakers went first. So it's not shuffling the agenda item, so to speak, okay? Those of you that are familiar in how I do. So I'm not trying to delay this item whatsoever, okay? Other speaker is Natasha, sorry. There's other speaker, I believe is online. Who is next online? Okay. Ashley, you're online. No.
Yes. So, hear me?
Oh. Whoever is speaking on this item, can you, those of you, there's no one else physically here that are speaking on the item, right? Those of you that are online, can you turn your mic on?
My mic is on. Can you hear me?
If you can speak up, we can barely hear you.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Narisso, and I live on 6th Street in South Etobicoke. I am here today because of EX 24.4 outlines the importance of aligning city-owned real estate with council's priorities, housing, fiscal responsibilities, and public service delivery. But in my community, that alignment is broken. The city owns a facility at 186 5th Street, leased to LAMP Community Health Center under the Community Space Tenancy Policy. That lease is meant to ensure LAMP delivers core services from that site, safety, accessibility, and with oversight. Instead, LAMP has relocated key services, including its adult drop-in and harm reduction programming, to a privately owned building, St. Margaret's Church, just 1 block away. That location is not zoned for health services, has no working elevator and no hot water, and until last night had an encampment on its front lawn. This relocation happened with no consultation, no council oversight, and no public disclosure. I raised these concerns directly with Deputy City Manager David Jollymore on June 6th. Rather than investigate, he redirected me to Brad Bosher at Shelter and Support Services. Brad acknowledged the issue and said he was looking into it, but as of today, I have received no formal update, no resolution, and no response to the specific violations and safety risk I outlined. That's why I'm here, not because I want to escalate this, but because internal accountability has failed. In a June 9th meeting I attended, LAMP leadership confirmed on record there was no city approval, no consultation. We pay rent to the church and we're not in breach because the city can't tell us where else we rent. But this isn't just about space. This is about governing how public money is spent on public services from publicly owned real estate. LAMP's own 2023-2024 annual review states much has transcribed this year, including relocating to a bigger, better equipped space in our new home at St. Margaret's Church. This raises our capacity, providing referrals, hygiene kits, menstrual supplies, and access to bathroom, showers, and laundry. That same relocation is being funded by the City of Toronto, as confirmed in LAMP's most recent impact report. Through additional funds from the City of Toronto Shelter and Support Services Program, we extend our drop-in hours throughout winter. So let's be clear, this was a strategic, publicly funded relocation of core services to a private, unregulated, and non-compliant site without any oversight from council or consultation with the surrounding community. The tent just came down last night, but only after more than a month of complaints, fire hazards, open drug use, and intimidation of local families. This is not just zoning issues, it's a real-time breakdown in governance, asset management, and public trust. If the city can't enforce its own policies at 185 5th Street, how can you justify explaining the strategy across more public assets? So I am asking this committee to, 1, direct real estate services to immediately audit LAMP's compliance with the CST lease at 185 5th Street, suspend public funding for off-site service delivery that was never reviewed or approved by council, require public consultation, zoning compliance, and council approval before harm reduction or high-risk services are relocated to private or religious properties. EX 24.4 is a necessary framework, but if we cannot ensure accountability on the real estate we already control, then this plan will fail before it starts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? No? Thank you so much, Ashley. Catherine Lemke, are you here?
Here, but
yeah,
I'm here, but here, but you haven't unmuted me. I am now.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Catherine Lemke, 50-year resident on 3rd Street in the new Toronto Etobicoke District, Ward 3. I have revised my deputation and I'm here to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed use of a parking lot in New Toronto to advance housing. There are 3 lots of New Toronto being identified for housing. One on 6th Street, one on 5th Street, and the one in 10th sites approved for a shelter at 66 3rd Street, city-owned parking lot. It is being proposed as the site for the new homeless shelter. I urge Council to reconsider this proposal for several important reasons. First, the characterization of 66 3rd Street as surplus and underused is simply not accurate. The lot is rarely below 80% during daytime hours, and the parking lot is an essential resource for both local business and residents, supporting daily commerce and facilitating community activities. Its removal would create a significant void in the neighbourhood's infrastructure. The history and legal content of 66 3rd Street from 1972 to 1987 further underscore its importance to the area, the community, and the area improvements, including the acquisition and maintenance of off-street parking obtained by the BIA, who invested over $500,000 in area improvements, including off-street parking. Another check for $30,000 donated by a business owner. They have made this substantial financial commitment to ensure the lot's creation and accessibility for customers. Legally, the lot's designation as public parking was formalized in bylaw 1987-224, signed by Mayor Bruce Sinclair, and the zoning code explicitly states that the land shall only be used for the purpose of a public parking area. City Council unanimously supported this designation to foster local business growth and meet community needs. It is therefore troubling to me that the city is now considering repurposing this lot without public consultation, in apparent contradiction to its own bylaws, zoning, and long-standing commitments. Furthermore, the proposed shelter does not comply with the city's own standards for such facility. The lot is 9,700 square feet, 30% smaller than the city's minimum requirement of 20,000 square feet for shelters. This space remains inadequate for residents, staff, and operational needs. The site cannot accommodate the required number of garbage bins, leading to plans for curbside pickup that would impede foot traffic and negatively impact the streetscape. By comparison, other successful shelters, such as the one at 4117 Lawrence Avenue, occupy 40,000 square feet for a similar number of residents. There are also serious safety, accessibility, and community impact concerns. The lot directly abuts 62 3rd Street, a private home, and sits next to Woods Manor, a senior apartment building housing 134 residents, most of whom have written you letters that were sent to council members to oppose this shelter. The proposed multi-storey design would infringe on their privacy. Their balconies overlook this lot. Local police have indicated that the area, including the laneway and the Woods Manor, is difficult to patrol, and emergency services already struggle with access. The shelter would further impede evacuation routes in an emergency situation. The emergency exit from the Woods Manor building of the 134 seniors abuts the park. It's on the laneway and it's the back entrance for exit in an emergency. The shelter in Woods Manor has addiction problems from a seller selling drugs, and there has been an overdose just 2 weeks ago from this building. The plan for an open rooftop recreation area for shelter residents raises additional safety and privacy
Thank you,
issues.
Catherine. You're up 5 minutes. Can you wrap up, please? Oh. Okay.
Oh, I wish to welcome the Helen Keller organization to 8th Street.
Okay, is that Matt
for the
Lawrence?
deaf and the blind. It looks like a wonderful, well-chosen building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Matt Lawrence, are you there? Online?
Yes, I'm here.
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to speak about item 24.4 and the selection process that is used to determine surplus lots, including the 10 that are listed in the item. The point I would like to make today is that the metrics that the city is using to make the determination of which lots are surplus perpetuates systematic inequality. The primary metric being used is net revenue. The issue with this is that the city sets pricing through Green P for the cost of parking. Rates are set highest in the downtown core and trendy areas, while rates are set lowest for lower traffic and income areas. In New Toronto, for example, where I'm located, our lots are only a few dollars a day to park. This is while maintenance costs are essentially equal between high-price lots and low-price lots, meaning that net revenue will always be lower in these lots. This is exacerbated by the revenue figures themselves also being skewed, as revenue from Green P lots also depends heavily on enforcement. Parking enforcement is significantly laxer in lower income areas. In New Toronto, for example, the lot on 66 3rd Street was very sporadically enforced for years before being declared surplus, with cars parking for months with no enforcement at all. If residents know there's no enforcement, they're much less likely to pay. That's a simple reality. Whereas downtown high revenue lots, downtown high revenue lots are continually enforced. This is all a city revenue issue, however, as the pricing recognizes an economic disparity across the city and attempts to correct for it. That is until those same metrics are now used to determine surplus assets. Now we have a situation where economically disadvantaged and often racialized communities will be put in a position to have vital assets required for local residents and businesses removed. These assets are often most critical in those communities that don't have driveways and garages for residents, that have struggling local businesses serving lower income demographics that absolutely rely on customers driving from outside the neighborhood to support those businesses. But it gets even worse. Not only are the lots that are declared surplus based on these metrics removed for residents and businesses, they are also replaced by support services such as homeless shelters and low income housing for city needs. These services themselves are not the issue. The issue is by using a metric that the city knows will favor high income areas and target low-income ones, that all of these support services will be established into essentially service ghettos rather than being distributed evenly to serve all of the residents of the city equally. Services like affordable housing and subsidized housing aim to help those with economic disadvantages, but do the community no favors when they're located only in certain areas, as it perpetuates that systematic inequality. Areas where there are fewer employment opportunities and usually much weaker transit access. Rich neighborhoods get pools and community centers. Poor neighborhoods get subsidized housing and shelters. New Toronto is a small community, for example, but it hosts 64% of all the subsidized housing in South Etobicoke. After 66 3rd Street was declared surplus, as the other deputies had mentioned, New Toronto was informed we were getting a shelter. Then a few months later, that 2 more lots were being declared surplus for affordable housing. Again, concentrating services in the same area over and over again, in a community where 700 kids are on a daycare waiting list. It seems that the city is bypassing the needs of individual communities to hit citywide goals. All of this without true prior consultation with the community in question and using delegated authority, no regional fairness, and no impact assessment that's been shared publicly before selection. The city's decision places a disproportionate burden on specific neighborhoods, not because they're the best sites, but because they're the easiest politically. If assets are to be declared surplus, contextualized metrics need to be utilized instead of net revenue to provide for more equitable distribution of services across the city. City departments, including planning, parking, and shelter services, need to coordinate goals and work with council to determine the most equitable metrics and solutions possible. City departments are not talking to each other currently, with planned service upgrades, including EV chargers for the lots on 5th and 6th Street that have recently been declared surplus. to those lots now being scrapped. Hopefully, the city decides to go back to the drawing board on this process before proceeding further, as well as reevaluating current decisions in light of these issues and regarding surplus assets. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you for your time. Does anybody have any questions to the deputant, to Matt Lawrence? No? Okay, thank you. James Clare. Online again?
Hello? You hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Honorable members of the Executive Committee, I thank you for the opportunity to present today. I am speaking to you as an 84-year-old retiree, formerly employed in the Ontario judicial system and a lifelong resident of Etobicoke Ward 3. My work experience provides me with a unique perspective on the realities of homelessness, addiction, and the impact of city policies on the safety of neighborhoods like New Toronto. While mobility challenges have increased, so I have my need for parking, I am even more concerned about the safety and well-being of my 5- and 7-year-old grandkids who also live in the area. I'm deeply concerned about the city's current approach to advancing housing on city-owned land as it relates to the agenda item EX 24.4 and the proposed use of green pea parking lots 66 3rd Street, 126th Street, and 145th Street for emergency homeless shelter and affordable housing under the Toronto Builds policy framework. I know how complex addiction and homelessness can be. I also know that not all shelter users are criminals. However, it is also true that the introduction of shelters, especially when not paired with adequate support services, can lead to an increase in certain types of crime in the immediate vicinity. Not most notably, property crime and drug-related offenses, as well as drug and garbage appearing on the streets, not acceptable around parks and schools. Studies from other cities across Canada have shown that property crime can rise as much as 50% within a short radius of a new shelter. I'm astounded at the city's decision to use city-owned land to take yet another parking lot away from New Toronto and build an emergency homeless shelter that provides harm reduction kits. Not simply naloxone, but needles, pipes, and other items to help people use drugs a bit more safely, but still help them use. You are choosing a place with challenging facility steps away from a playground with a wading pool tended by 14-year-old lifeguards, about 200 meters from 2 daycares, 2 schools. The needles, pipes, and other paraphernalia left on the ground is despicable. Additionally, right beside a TSHC building full of vulnerable seniors already experiencing trouble and drug-related incidents. I find it incomprehensible that the city staff did not notice the abundance of vacant land in the city where there is a little business or housing to interfere with such a facility. Additionally, local businesses and residents I have talked to do not recall city staff visiting the area or asking them questions in respect to planning for this matter. I have seen firsthand solutions must be balanced and fair. Concentrating on poverty and social changes is one neighborhood leads to a negative outcome for everyone, residents, businesses, and those seeking help alike. As someone who depends on accessible parking, I know firsthand how vital these lots are for the entire community. I use green peas when going to local coffee shops on the lakeshore, to the jiu-jitsu clinic, to the dental clinic, and visiting my grandchildren. The proposed developments would remove more than half of the public parking in New Toronto. Street parking is already challenging, and by removing these lots, it is not a trivial inconvenience. It's a significant blow to accessibility and the local economy, which relies on these spaces for customers and visitors. New Toronto does not have the luxury of convenient, fast, rapid transit, rather streetcar service. So for many of us, me included, these parking spots are the only way to remain active and engaged in the neighborhood. I urge you to rethink and remove 66 3rd Street, 126th Street, and 145th Street from the list of proposed development sites. Advocate for a fair, equitable distribution of affordable housing across Toronto. And critically, about how best to provide housing and addiction and mental health help. Let's not just repeat the same progress that doesn't work simply because you have access to city-owned land. All the data and research suggests homes and shelters are the way to bring people up. Using city-owned land is seemingly the only way to input this thing is not thoughtful planning. Thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. I will close by strenuously objecting to the city's proposal to use these essential parking lots for housing and jeopardize the already tenuous crime and safety situation in the neighborhood. For those of you with mobility
Thank you so
channels,
much.
thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions to Mr. Clare? Not Mark Richardson, last speaker. You're online, I assume. There you are.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Greetings to the members of the Executive Committee from London, England, where our Housing Now TO volunteers in U of T School of Cities folks are attending the Urban Land Institute's Urban Regeneration Council meetings. We met with Deputy Mayor of the City of London today for housing and renewal, and we're in a renewed neighborhood in White City, as I depute to you today, on land that in many cases used to be parking lots. Our partner at the U of T School of Cities, David Roberts, submitted a letter and a report that our students worked on this year. If the clerk could allow me to share content, I'd like to share that report with you.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute, is he drinking in public?
I can't share.
You should be able to share.
We're just giving him presenter rights.
Someone is, you're able to.
If you see a double-decker bus go by, I'll prove where I am.
You should be able to share now.
I think people are distracted by the number of bottled beers behind you. Here.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Go ahead.
This is the letter from U of T School of Cities. Can you see that okay?
Yep.
We submitted a report to you. Our students worked on it, master students this year, called Developing Affordable Housing on Green Pea Lots. Excellent project by the students, including, we had to take data that was extracted from a Globe and Mail Freedom of Information request and scrape data manually out of Toronto Parking Authority reports because, frankly, the Toronto Parking Authority is a terrible organization when it comes to any kind of transparency or conforming to your open data standards and good governance practices. These are not nuclear launch codes. These are parking tickets, parking meter transactions. Councillor Ainsley and I have literally been talking about this for almost a decade. This information needs to be in the public domain so that it can be used effectively. Our students have worked very hard on this project. The project is dedicated to Donald Shoup. Donald Shoup is the author of The High Cost of Free Parking at the University of California, Los Angeles. He passed away earlier this year, and we wish that everybody in council would read that book and would help us get out of our own way when it comes to delivering affordable housing at speed and at scale. So there are two confidential attachments to your report today, which is part of the problem. What our students have done is we have scraped the data and we have made it available on our website, and it conforms with the same kind of stuff that your confidential reports contain. We have created a scoring model based on revenues, based on the parking lots, based on their size, based on their developability. And I just want to share some of that information with you about the two parking lots, or three parking lots that have been discussed so far today. So the 145th Street parking lot 506, the 126th Street 511. This is our common scoring model. It is public and transparent. It scores a 20 out of 30 on both of those sites for affordable housing redevelopment. The number of spaces in one parking lot is 52. The other parking lot is 58. Your per space average revenue per year is $700 per parking space. That means you're generating about $2 a day. So unless you're literally giving them away for free, or if nobody's paying and no one's ever getting ticketed in those lots, the catastrophes that the BIA and the local neighbors have predicted in losing potentially 50 to 100 parking spaces is wildly overblown. The data does not show that. And this data is in the public domain. It's available for you whenever you need it. We also took a look at a 507 parking lot that just came up. It has a slightly higher revenue. It's $869 per parking space per year that gets generated. And that parking lot earns about $2.25 parking space per day. We want you to be successful in this model. We also think that the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, the Library Board, the Fire Department, we should be using more sites than just parking lots when it comes to delivering affordable housing at speed and at scale in the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Got it. Any questions for, okay, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Oh, Gord. Sorry, Gord, I have to make a point. Sorry, Mark, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so we've done lots of work on open data and over the years. So on the City of Toronto's open data portal, so when you look up parking lot, Park and Recreation has a data set that was last updated in 2016. And Green P's data set, which only lists parking lots as well, was last updated in 2019. So how did you get all of this information out of the Toronto Parking Authority?
So,
They're not posting it online.
Did a freedom of information request last year, and we scraped the data out of the mapping tools the Globe and Mail put in their article, and then we went back and we looked every year. The Toronto Parking Authority produces a paper or PDF report, and we went through and used tools to extract the data for each parking lot. There's only 130 parking lots, so it's not a huge data set. The students went through and they manually scraped the data. So, you know, this is the problem. Like, Toronto Parking Authority claims it's commercially sensitive information. Other municipalities like City of San Diego, like City of New York, like City of San Francisco, they're not nuclear launch codes, they're parking lot revenues. I think more than anything, the Toronto Parking Authority has been a bad actor when it comes to land use over the years. You may remember maybe years ago, they were still looking at buying low-rise buildings and tearing them down for surface parking lots, even though the Housing Now program was underway. You know, the Toronto Parking Authority, there's a lot of original sin there, and hopefully we can cast some light on it and start to turn these sites into better uses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Great, thank you.
Gord Perks, Councillor Perks is next, I think.
No. Any question to the staff, folks? Question to staff. Councillor Perks, Bravo, Morley, Ainsley, good Lord, Carol. Anybody else not asking question to go for it? Perks.
Start my clock, please.
Yes, boss.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, just to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. This is a report that examines whether or not certain city assets, like parking lots, can be used for things like parks and recreation facilities, libraries, potentially rental housing, things like that, right?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and this report does not transfer lands to a specific land use at all, anywhere, does it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct.
Okay, and in the event that a property that the City of Toronto owns was to be converted from a use like, say, a parking lot to a residential use, there would be either an official plan amendment to change use or a rezoning to accommodate residential. Maybe the chief planner can answer that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, where those uses aren't permitted currently, yes.
Okay, so assertions that we're approving a shelter and taking away a parking lot to do that, that's not in front of us in any way, shape, or form.
That is correct.
Okay, just as a final note, when there was a mention of a delegated authority, the delegated authority is not to convert a commercial parking lot to a residential use. We are not delegating that authority. That authority remains with council, correct?
No, there is nothing in the report that delegates authority to staff to change the use.
But council has never delegated the authority to change use to any member of the public service. That's a prerogative of Toronto City Council, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And as a final note, just so that it's on the record and so that everyone understands it, in planning law, you can't zone which type of person lives where, can you?
That's right.
Through the chair, no, you can't.
Thank you.
Boy, that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the staff, I just want to, so there's 4 signatories to this report: Vic Gupta, Patrick Matozo, Paul Farish, and David Jollimore. I'm just wondering which one of you managed to get parking lot information out of the Toronto Parking Authority, since they don't post anything on their open data website. And the last deputant said they had to file FOIs to get that information. So how did you get the information out of the Toronto Parking Authority to figure out these 10 lots were underutilized?
Through the chair, it's Vic Gupta from Cratio. I'm certainly happy to answer that. The Toronto
I'm
Parking
looking forward to the
Authority
answer.
shared that information with us so we could do those calculations.
Sorry, how'd you get it?
The Toronto Parking Authority shared their financial information with us so that we could do the analytics to determine which lots met the thresholds that which we set out in the report.
They give it to you right away, or is there like a meeting an alley, or like how hard is it to get parking lot information?
They were
Did you come out to Scarborough and meet in an alley? Like, what happened?
Through the chair, the Parking Authority was a cooperative partner and did share the information with us in a timely manner.
And did they give you information on all 130 lots I think they run, or did they just say to you, these are our 10 worst, take it? And
no, the report identifies that we started, through you, Chair, with 300 lots, just over 300 lots. We went through a process to eliminate those lots that had underground infrastructure, that were under a management agreement, that had already been determined through council policy or council direction for other city building uses. It's outlined in the report. That was then narrowed down to a list of 89 lots, which we then did further analysis. So it was really those 89 lots that we sought detailed financial information for.
That they provided you?
Which they did provide through you, Chair.
All right, and then my other question through Madam Chair to Mr. Gupta, I guess. So as the chair of the General Government Committee over the years, and we've had Green P come to us saying they want to buy a piece of property or a building and maybe one day turn it into a parking lot in an area if the logistics work out for them or the demand for parking. Is there an inventory of infrastructure like that that Green P owns that we can look at? Or do they still own it, or is it tucked away in our own Toronto facilities and real estate now?
Yeah, that, through you, Chair, through the citywide real estate report in 2017 and then further updated in 2019, 2020, those authorities were were transferred over to the centralized real estate model, and so Parking Authority no longer acquires assets for the purposes of effectively land banking, let's say, for potential future developments. That is now a role that is jointly represented, or the responsibility lies with Créatio and with corporate real estate management.
Okay, so the properties they were land banking, for lack of a better word, they're not tucked away in a data set somewhere you have no idea where it is, like all of the properties that they own?
Yes.
Whether it's a parking lot or a building?
Yes, through you, Chair, we are aware of that, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are my questions.
Councillor Carroll and Fletcher and Deputy Mayor.
Am I next? Oh, I just wanted to follow on something that Councillor Perks said. I'm wondering where we have to make the difficult choice between housing uses and community uses. We are now by, Bill 17, which I don't think we've discussed that item yet, and several other pieces of provincial legislation, our ability to create spaces for community use, like parks, like a facility, libraries, whatever, has been drastically reduced through development negotiation. So if we are looking at a lot and trying to decide now between meeting our housing priorities and a need for community use, how is that gap analysis going to be done and by whom?
Through you, Chair, I think it's a collective effort. It's led certainly by our team at Créatio. And I think there are various factors, including what the land use designation is, what the needs are of the program areas in those particular areas where a piece of real estate, city-owned real estate, has been determined surplus, where there are budgets that are available, and then opportunities to optimize the real estate by co-location is also a priority. I think the Toronto Builds policy framework has also prioritized now a priority on housing as a first review of city-owned real estate, and so that will now also be an overlay that we would look at. So I would say that overall, we do look at where the needs are the greatest, where the budgets are available, and then look for opportunities where we can co-locate to maximize the benefit and optimize the use of that real estate in any given piece of city-owned real estate.
So, and sometimes you can co-locate, but some of the things in the confidential attachment are pretty small. But where does that, is it just create, or is there a role in the city as well? Because I'm wondering, where does that plan sit? We made the policy document that says the following make up all the things that need to be in a community. And we were going to do that sort of quadrant by quadrant across the city, those grand renderings that we got done. So does that sit with you, or does that sit with you and city? Who's in charge of making sure we realize that vision?
Yeah, through you, Chair. These are all city assets at the end of the day. They're not owned by an entity controlled under the Créatio. So our role is to be the advisors and to lead a discussion among city program areas, city divisions, agencies, corporations. And then, again, with those other factors that I've already described, we would make recommendations. And then I think that would go through the senior leadership process at the city, including at the
So you would make
TCM
recommendations and then they get reviewed with staff. That's the partnership piece.
Yeah, and if I could just add that ultimately, if there's a change of use required, it would involve going through a rezoning or a planning process.
Yeah.
And ultimately, council will decide.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Morley and Fletcher and Bravo.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleagues who've asked and had some of my questions already answered. But I just wanted to pick up on a couple of other pieces. There was a couple of issues raised around the assessment of the lots and how we are layering that on with future capital work. For example, there was a note about future EV charging investments in some of the lots that have been identified as surplus, as well as some of the concerns raised around the utilization rates versus the costs associated, and whether suburban communities or sort of inner city suburban communities like mine in New Toronto are being differently impacted from an equity standpoint as it relates to the assessments being done, you know, based on the demand. So I just wondered if TPA could speak to us a little bit about how we are tracking and monitoring these issues and these pieces as it relates to the overall assessment of what's surplus and what's coming before us. But question, hopefully you follow me.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I'll take the first one with respect to the investment of capital dollars in our facilities. We do closely work with corporate real estate to ensure that both they and we are aware of any future plans for the site. So that's done on an annual basis. So in that way, we sync up our capital plans with you know, any future decisions that are going to be made with respect to a site.
Perfect.
In terms of your second question around how we're monitoring utilization of a site, it's a good question. We do have sort of limited capabilities at this point, but I will say that over the last 12 months, we've been prototyping some new technologies. Specifically, we've been putting pucks in the ground, which are able to detect vehicles, and we compare that against transactional data, and are then able to get a sense of how many vehicles are in the lot and how many are actually paying. We're also prototyping camera-based technology that is able to pick up license plate numbers and integrate that with our enforcement platforms. So it's a bit of an evolving situation, but we're certainly getting a better handle on how to monitor utilization and ensure that we are driving compliance with paid parking.
Helpful, and I'll just underscore the point from Deputant Matthew, who joined us, just around when there's a difference between the costs being charged in a downtown lot versus an Etobicoke lot, that also obviously has an impact in terms of the perceived demand and or sort of return of investment, I guess, for the cities keeping those going. So I'll just leave that for consideration. I have a couple other questions. Vic mentioned this a little bit, but with respect to lands that are identified through this process, can you further clarify what the community engagement process to stand up any proposed projects would look like, and confirm if in fact the councillor and the local community will have a voice and have a say?
Through the chair, yeah, I think firstly I can confirm that both the local councillor and the community at large would have a role in that and definitely have a say. I think on any proposed change of use for a different purpose, we at Creatio have a very exhaustive or a very detailed engagement approach involving everything from kitchen table discussions, formal town hall or community meetings, along with neighborhood engagement, both with businesses and with residents. We think it's important that we engage as much as possible, and we would take guidance from our local councillor to ensure that specific groups and associations that are active in the community are also directed to us to be consulted with.
Thanks for that. Just one last question. We heard a lot from New Toronto residents on this item here today, and again, acknowledging and appreciating the participation of my constituents. Can you confirm for everyone's benefit some of the conversations flagged to date around the cumulative impact in our neighborhood of these proposals, and what some of the work that's being undertaken both from TPA and Creatio will be over the next coming weeks and months in collaboration with my office?
You know, through you, Chair, yeah, thank you for the question. I'd say that in discussions with your office and members of the community, we are aware of the cumulative impact of a number of the lots that are potentially going to be repurposed in your community, in that community of New Toronto. You know, I think there's a number of different reports that are kind of combining to lead to that result, meaning there's a number of sites that were identified as surplus by the TPA previously, which I think were the subject of some of the deputations. And then, you know, additionally, there is our report that's in front of you is recommending a further review of 10 sites, which no action is being taken at this time. So I think, again, we would, we will just be mindful of the cumulative impact of that in terms of what the parking needs are, have more rigorous understanding of utilization, but also ensure that we have extensive consultation with the community before anything is done.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Fletcher and Bravo.
Thank you. Just quickly, so you're indicating that there will still be parking needs all over the city. That's the premise that we're starting from, not that nobody's ever driving a car anywhere, correct? Yes?
That is correct.
Thank you. And so just to review for some of the councillors, councillor could just walk on a parking lot and make the motion, and then all of a sudden that parking lot would be gone and it's some other use. Whether or not that was a revenue generating parking lot or not. Am I right about that? We have quite a number of them that.
Yeah, there are over 50 parking lots that have been, through council direction, been repurposed or have been identified for other city buildings.
Identified for other uses, but there hasn't been a plan to identify them with the TPA. In other words, they didn't have a process such as you're suggesting here. Is that correct?
I would say largely that is correct.
So this is basically putting into an orderly fashion a plan to identify any lots that are underperforming, revenue not even neutral, but sometimes revenue having to keep the lot going, losing money in an orderly fashion in order to plan it. And of the 300, you went down to whatever, and then 89, and now there's 10 of these lots that you've identified that you'd like to set in for further discussion with parks, with housing, with planning, as to what might be able to happen on these lots, correct?
That is correct.
And they aren't lots that are making lots of money. They're not lots that are sitting there. They're land banking. Someone said TPA used to buy lots in anticipation of growth, and sometimes they bought them, which was great because we have all this land, but they're not necessarily operating in the way that they were purchased for.
Yeah, cumulatively, the lots that we're proposing to continue to study are cumulatively losing about $2 million a year. It would be $2 million a year of savings from those particular lots.
They're losing $2 million or they're costing $2 million?
They're losing about $200,000 in operating, and then there's a capital cost to them. So we would be saving $2 million a year on those particular lots.
Yes, so I guess I just want to emphasize with this question that rather than everybody running in and saying, I want to do this on this lot, this is now setting up a process where they will be vetted very carefully, where you aren't doing anything on your own, but you're doing the analysis for that. And that is the job actually of CREATE, to have all of the city property to review how well they're performing as city property without selling them, and then finding a use of some kind or suggesting a use of some kind for these lots that are actually costing money, not any revenue.
Yeah, that is correct, to determine if there's a more optimal or more beneficial use to that for those that are losing money. Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, last question.
Thank you, Mayor. My question has to pick up with where Councillor Carroll left off. So the idea of what should be in a community, or the vision that was approved by council, you have that list, you review the asset, and then you make recommendations about potential uses based on the previously approved council priorities?
That is correct.
Okay, so to move from suggestion into the reality of enabling and moving ahead with co-location of necessary assets to maximize use, whose responsibility is it to make sure that the divisional capital budgets are aligned so that we can actually move ahead in a sequenced way and not sort of be delayed? How can we, whose responsibility is it to ensure that the capital dollars are moving together?
Yeah, I would say that that's through you, Chair, that's a collective responsibility. We at Cratio would make the recommendations that we think that there is co-location opportunities. We would work with financial planning and up to including the DCMs to try to coordinate that, those sorts of decisions where we think we can optimize the use of real estate with multiple uses on site.
And is there, just because the impression I have is that perhaps things aren't moving as with that there could be a leadership challenge there when you have interdivisional collaborations. I guess I'll just leave it there. But to me, this is an area of concern so that we can move quickly, because we have a big gap in services. And when we're proposing a use and we want to get to yes, often in a situation, for example, I have one project in my ward where the co-location of childcare might make it much more appealing to meet multiple objectives. So I'll just leave it there, that I think that this is an area that requires really careful leadership and stewardship. Thanks.
No, he's waiting for an answer. No? Okay, we good? Who would like to speak on this issue? Deputy Mayor Molly.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mr. Perks, when he comes back, then we'll have a few words.
Yes, I'm
ahead.
sure the Chair of Planning and Housing would love to say a few words on this one, so I'll try to buy him some time to get back with us. But I do just want to thank staff for this work, and again, thank the folks who joined us today to share some of their perspectives and concerns on how we move forward with city building opportunities. A lot of mention was made about how this is impacting my community, and again, we've got many different strategies happening in tandem, and it's critically important that we are taking the time to understand what those impacts are. So on one hand, we have a homelessness strategy, which I'm proud to support. There is a lot of work still underway in community, including a consultation meeting tonight with our planning staff. But it is really critically important that we continue, to Councillor Carroll's point, to be firmly grounded in what all is required to have communities that are able to be complete and well and thriving. That includes consideration for small business communities. That includes consideration for, existing residents as we build and grow. And so I just want to acknowledge some of the frustration and concern that has popped up in the New Toronto community around these proposals, and reassure folks, as stated in the report, this report is not seeking any decisions on any specific sites. Determining the best city building outcomes for any city-owned property requires significant due diligence, planning analysis, financial analysis, stakeholder engagement, including with the local councillor, and the development of appropriate business cases for a change in use before coming to council for subsequent approvals. As with every project in my ward, I'm deeply committed to holding space for residents to participate, to have their voices heard, and for me to represent the interests for our wider community. So with that, I am happy to support the work before us, and excited to see the city really moving forward in terms of tangible solutions to our ongoing challenges in this way, and happy to make the move to receive this report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, last speaker. Oh, and Councillor Matlow. I'm so sorry. Councillor Matlow first. Whichever one. Matlow first, and then Perks. Whichever one, I'm sorry.
I wanted to say something through you to the BIA and to New Toronto residents that perhaps Councillor Morley couldn't adequately say herself, because I want to say something about her. I know, like, New Toronto has, through you, of course, Madam Chair, New Toronto has transitioned over many years, from farmland to other industrial uses, and then since the 80s into more residential uses, and it continues to grow. And there are surface parking lots throughout our city that won't be surface parking lots forever. They will turn into something. And I can just tell you that Councillor Morley has been, and I've witnessed this, making it very clear to both city staff and to council that while the community continues to grow and change, that the quality of life of residents, both those who live there today in New Toronto and those who live there one day tomorrow, need a great quality of life, need services, need infrastructure, need parks, and yes, businesses need parking to make sure that customers know that there is an easy and accessible way to go shopping there. We don't want to lose those things. So I can just make it as clear as day that Councillor Morley over and over again is telling all of us that as collective decisions here are made about changes to New Toronto, that the voices of New Toronto and its residents and its businesses need to not just figuratively be at the table, but literally be at the table. And I have full confidence that she will lead that effort. She's not the only vote around the table, but certainly she is the voice of her community. And I just want to say that I admire and respect the advocacy that she brings to the table on your behalf.
Yay.
I was going to say all kinds of nice things about Councillor Morley too, but maybe now that it's done, maybe now that Councillor Matlow has so adequate and eloquently done that, I just want to take a step back and talk a little bit about the ways we include Torontonians and new Torontonians in conversations. What we're doing here is one in a whole series of steps that happen in public, that allow for public deputations, and that allow for communication and conversation in the community. It's unlike the way any other government operates. Usually you just find out after the fact that, you know, the decision's been taken, this is the way it's going to be, and then it goes to the legislature and they vote the law into existence, and that's the end of it. Here we do a remarkably different thing. We ask the question, are the uses of our land the best uses? And we direct staff to go and review those uses. And then they come back and they say, maybe there's an opportunity with these kinds of lands. So parking lots across the city. And then later on, we have another conversation about, of these possible parking lots, which ones make the most financial sense to transfer. We're not even at that stage yet. Then after we do that, we actually by law are required to go out and have a public conversation about any change of use or rezoning of a property. And all of that includes not just meetings with our planning staff, but it also includes a statutory public meeting at a community council. And all of this takes place in a public forum, which is broadcast live on YouTube. It is a remarkable thing, the extent to which this government includes people in these conversations. However, all of us participating in these conversations have a duty to participate in a well-informed and good faith way. And, you know, I asked some very specific questions of staff, and Councillor Morley did too, because in a culture that's increasingly filled with noise, and truthiness and weird claims being made on social media, it's important that anyone who wants to be part of the conversation and says they have a right to be part of the conversation also recognizes their responsibility to participate in an accurate way. And there are a few things that get said around housing and using land for housing that unfortunately are becoming less and less accurate. It's inaccurate to say that we have delegated staff the authority to turn a parking lot into any kind of home for anybody. That's just not true. City staff are required by this council and by provincial law to hold a public conversation about that. It's inaccurate to say that all forms of housing are the same as a shelter. They're different. The incredible work we have done collectively as a council to increase the amount of purpose-built rental in the city of Toronto recognizes the fundamental fact that over half of our population is not right now able to play in the home purchase market. It also recognizes the actual fact that more than half the people who live in the city of Toronto pay rent for where they live. To somehow demonize that or say that there's a social problem associated with that is to say that most of your neighbors are a problem. And that's just not true. It's also important to remember a simple fact that as the population in a given area grows, the viability of local business grows with it. It's more customers, potentially also more employees. A final thing that I think is really important to have honest conversations about in this is, in the event that some site in the City of Toronto becomes a shelter, you are not increasing the social harms in the City of Toronto, you are decreasing it. Every piece of evidence in the world and in the City of Toronto says that if we want to reduce social harms and have people live a good quality of life in harmony with their neighbors, the most important thing you can do is give them a place to call home. So those are just a few things that I hope everyone will keep in mind in future conversations around these sites and others.
Thank you. Seeing no other speaker, Deputy Mayor Morley, you've moved the report in front of you. Or Councillor Perks have done so. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. We have a few items that we can just deal with quickly. Let me just see, is there any other? There's another. There's one that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speaker. Let me just quickly deal with a few of the items. Bill 17, this is the Protect Ontario, Bill Faster. I see no speaker on it. I have a motion.
Point of order, I was going to release an item there.
You have to release
I
an
want to
item.
release
What?
the ferries.
Ah, okay.
Release the ferries.
Release the ferry. Woo. All right, item 11. Adoption of the recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, carry. Let me, this is, sorry. Bill 17, Protect Ontario by Building Faster and Smarter Act. It is in front of you. I have an amendment. May I have it put in front of you? It basically said, yes, we can absolutely defer the development charges. We've already done that for condominiums, 3,000 units. However, if we're going to do it for everybody, it's going to cost us $1.9 billion over 10 years. That will just wipe out our ability to build any public transit, for example. The Eglinton East, the Scarborough LRT, for example, or Waterfront LRT. So the first motion basically said, can you make us whole if we're to do that? The second one, you have noticed that I just got a second big check of $67 million because we met our target, but it's increasingly difficult to meet more targets because the housing market is slowing down. So this basically said, can you provide the funding up front? Then we could do other financial support. Then we would be able to meet our target. There are a lot of municipalities that did not meet their target. At the Big City Mayor Caucus in Ontario, Councillor Ainsley and I both heard them saying the way this fund is set up is not fair, it doesn't work, and it needs to be reformed. And Councillor Ainsley, our representative at AMO, is going to take this and joining with other municipalities and mayors, going to say this is the better way to change the Building Faster Fund. That is why the two recommendations is in front of you. I just also want to say that Bill 17 does not change and prohibit our requirement that the buildings be built up to the green standard, which is a good news. So, so those are the two recommendations in front of you. Councillor Perks, you want to say a few words, and anybody else? Deputy Mayor Cole. Councillor Perks?
Yes, continuing on my theme about accuracy and honesty in public conversations about building stuff, I have to take offense in the title of this bill.
Oh.
It is neither faster nor smarter. What's been really interesting in the last year is observing that relying entirely on the private market in order to get housing built isn't fast and isn't smart. You're essentially, what happened to the City of Toronto is because, 93% of all housing is in the private market, we became victim to people treating housing as going to the casino, to a lot of wild speculation that overinflated housing prices and caused a real estate bubble that burst. If you wanted to build smarter and faster, what you would do is reverse the portion of Bill 23 that took away our right to collect development charges to pay for affordable housing, because the only real growth in the housing market taking place right now is the public builder model that the City of Toronto has undertaken, getting, I forget how many units, but it's thousands and thousands and thousands in the ground this year and next, because we believe in public investment to make sure that everyone in the City of Toronto gets a home. It's unfortunate that whoever titles bills at the province of Ontario won't acknowledge those simple facts and won't make us whole for the amount of money we lost that could be causing us to build even more housing even faster in the City of Toronto. If only they had let us continue to collect development charges for affordable housing. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Cole. You are speaking.
This is another absurd piece of trying to build housing with paper legislation. I mean, this is about bill number 10. We've had, they all use the word faster, and each one is worse than the other. And the proof is in the pudding. Every bill that they pass has produced less and less housing. So if they think they can build housing with legislation, they're wrong, and they don't know what they're doing. And here's another example where the developers lobby has said, hey, listen, we need this. So they draw up a bill, and again, less houses are being built. Because the targets the province has put on themselves, they're way behind. I can't remember, there's so many numbers. I mean, they're way behind because you can't build housing with stupid legislation. They don't know what they're doing. And what proof do we...
simple.
What proof do they need to have? It's, you know, it's like, you know, the Wizard of Oz, the guy behind the cloak, the curtain there. You know, that's who's drawing up the legislation. Now they've got some new Minister of Municipal Affairs who used to sell farm equipment. He's now in charge of building, you know. When is this ever going to be challenged? You know, they put out these targets, they're not meeting the targets. Then the City of Toronto, who's trying to do its utmost best to build housing, with, you know, the City of Toronto being a builder, we're trying to fill the gap. Then what do? Well, they tie our hands behind our back and reduce our ability to build the housing by taking away dollars we need to build the capital infrastructure needed to build housing, to support housing. So they punish the only builder that there is, that's the City of Toronto. And they listen to the developers who somehow think we should rescue them from this housing crisis by increasing property taxes to pay for their failure to build houses. That's what they're trying to do. And the media buys it. They never question it. So I see the media headlines on this, talks about, oh, there's no harm to Toronto's green standards. Have they not read this? They obviously, nobody reads these legislation because the legislation goes without debate. Nobody shows up to even question these dumb pieces of legislation. I mean, this is number 10, I think, in the last couple of years. Every one of them is disgustingly stupid. They don't do... Yeah, they probably did in the chat, whatever. So I just find it really, somehow someone's got to hold them to account that you can't build housing by passing stupid pieces of legislation which slow down the building of housing. And so when are we ever going to, people are ever going to challenge this? But I guess people don't have time because there's so much legislation that's gone on in this housing ministry, ministry after ministry. People can't keep up. I'm sure our staff, imagine our planning department trying to keep up with all the legislative changes. And the lawyers that have to interpret, look at this interpretation of this latest monstrosity, Bill 17. Try and figure, what does it really say? It just so contradictory, the language and back and forth. And then I was also very upset by, I saw the big city mayor's chairman from Burlington there, she supported it. What is she smoking? I mean, she said she supported it. There's the big city mayor of Burlington said she liked Bill 17. Anyways, this is not helping. We ask the public to try and ask them for some sane, or basically no legislation. Please, no more legislation on how to build housing with paper, okay? Forget it. That's all we want. Please leave us alone and stop trying to build housing on the backs of our property taxpayers who shouldn't be paying for development charges. God help the developers should pay for sewers and sidewalks and community centers. God forbid they should pay for that and not the property taxpayers. We already pay high enough taxes. Thank you.
Okay. On that note, all those in favor of my amendment, opposed, carry, and on the main motion on, sorry, carried. Thank you. Sorry, my summer cold came back for some reason. Ensuring transparency and accountability in mayor's office. I have a motion that, Councillor Matlow.
We have speakers.
Oh, I have speaker on this, sorry, hang on. Are there fast items that we can?
We have your new business item, supporting the city's residential.
Okay, I have two items. One is, there's a FIFA benefit plan update, item 12, and item 13, supporting the city residential construction programs. Those, can I have a motion to introduce them? Thank you. Oh, they've been added, okay, all right, thank you. Yeah.
That's your letter.
Yeah, we'll hold those. Since we have a speaker on that, where is the list? Just a minute. Okay, Albert Vansel, I just want to, there you are, okay. I just want to make sure that you know what my motion is. There's an amendment to the supplementary, but go ahead anyway.
Okay, good afternoon, I am Albert. There really should be a resolution to this matter. It is not going away because you all just want to ignore it.
Huh?
There are a number of issues. Correct predictions of a life or death nature, the police always squander. then frantically scramble about to orchestrate a cover-up. Quite a few women who had anomalous human experience and manifested superpowers. These events are reproducible and should be documented. And Zero Point Energy is working and being suppressed. A truth embargo. Mayor John Tory is very well aware of this matter. When he held a press conference, it should have been to break this matter. I suggest to you that the mayor does have a bottom line responsibility to act and find a resolution. Arrange another press conference and announce that Zero Point Energy is working. The Civilians Review into MacArthur, the Epstein Report, has a true copy of the 2013 France warnings, which includes incel Danforth MacArthur, audio tape of a new set of coronavirus predictions, cross-examination of Ryerson and reporters, honest witnesses who gave the same account as mine. Then they censored their report from the civilians they claimed to be working for. Even the Review themselves could not move the police to arrest Gabriel Wortman. They then refused to cooperate with the commission in Nova Scotia. The commission could take and act on new predictions, thus saving many innocent lives. A Civilians Review is required to be true, honest, transparent, and accountable. The Globe and Mail has a Colleen confession about the UAP incident at Ryerson, then quashed it down from publication for their own reasons. As I understand it, Mayor Tory met with Julia Shindoy, the board secretariat at Ryerson, to get to the bottom of this, then preemptively resigned. John prides himself on his integrity. Part of integrity would be to stand up now and say what he knows. The mayor cannot abscond and leave such important game-changing matters unresolved. The Dean of FCAD is another witness who had the forewarnings and is named on the Sunshine List. Convene Ryerson into public hearings, strength test Halen, psychic test Shauna. This proves my claims. The whole university knows about this. The Chief's Command Center has a solid blue wall of silence and cannot be trusted with anything. The Epstein report betrayed their mandate and tarnished the name of civilians. I call upon Mayor John Tory to hold the press conference and finally break this matter. Have the Dean, Charles Falzon, Sandler, Naz, and Epstein of the Review, Editor Walmsley, and the 5 Globe and Mail reporters stand beside him at the mayor's transparent and accountable press conference on UAP incident at Ryerson that led to correct predictions, women with manifested superpowers, and free energy. No one has ever debunked me. The authorities prove my claims, then censor, clam up, and go into retirement. When the agenda item was to vote yourselves a fat raise, all of you were here and it sailed right through. When I say recall the review and do your job the proper way, it is crickets and the councillors just hang up the phone on me. So the free energy is going to break. It's bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. Mayor John Tory is a true believer because the reporters and the Ryerson professor told him. Sandler proved everything I'm saying, and then the review went and censored. Sandler crossed Ryerson and the reporters and the police, and then Epstein censored the report. The problem is the Civilians Review has no power to censor. Everything they censored should be recalled and made public.
Thank you so much. Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none. Our next speaker, Daniel Tate.
Good afternoon. Can you hear, is the mic on? Okay. Check 1, 2.
It's on, it's on.
Okay. Good afternoon, Executive Committee. I'm here to do a presentation advocating for increased transparency, because I think we all know, and I'm going to remind us through this excellent book, the importance of transparency in a high-functioning democracy. This book is called Governing Ourselves, The Politics of Canadian Communities, and it's a great book that I read in third-year university when I was studying urban planning. And there's some really important quotes in here that I just want to read to everybody about the topic at hand. So, the role of the mayor. In Canada, the mayor elected to office by popular vote is a member of the governing council as well as the head of the municipal corporation. The responsibilities in each of these positions vary somewhat, although the general responsibilities of the mayor remain essentially the same throughout the country. The primary functions are to preside over council and maintain order, act as ceremonial leader of the community, sign all bylaws, and ensure they are carried out, and effectively communicate information to the council, the administration, and citizens. Broadly available information may enhance participation by those who are predisposed in the first case to get involved in local issues, but were dissuaded by the inconvenience of having to go to City Hall or wade through layers of bureaucracy. The type and comprehensiveness of information provided on the city website will demonstrate the government's commitment to facilitate public access. An ability to influence political decisions requires access to important information. Members of the public are at an even greater disadvantage because whatever chance they have of calling governments to account depends considerably on the knowledge of what goes into government decisions. Ideally, good access to information lets citizens find out how governments spend their tax dollars, see whether administrators are following through their own laws and regulations, and discover government incompetence or failure to fulfill its mandate. In practice, however, it's not easy to gain ready access to all information one might want, even assuming one had the time and interest to track it down. Now the question is not so much who has particular information, but who has access to it. Do modern communications give the individual a vastly enlarged and improved array of tools with which to gather information? Is the citizen getting more in touch with governments? Does more accurate and up-to-date information flow freely, and is it readily available on government websites? Alternatively, are citizens becoming more and more alienated because their elected representatives cannot look after the voters as well as they once did? After all, our much larger electoral districts means that those elected must rely increasingly on technocrats and computer-generated information to deal with the public, as well as to make important decisions.
Okay, we're listening.
Uninformed citizens cannot hold governments accountable for their activities, and communications departments can provide the public with important civic information. For citizens to hold governments accountable and to influence the decision processes, they need to be adequately informed about government initiatives. And lastly, as Milner notes, civic literacy is an important prerequisite of a democratic state. Without such knowledge, it is impossible to hold governments accountable. So transparency is a core fundamental of a high-functioning democracy. And there's a real-world application for this. A couple weeks ago, Madam Mayor, you were in the news. News media were saying that you were calling for a boycott of Home Depot. Now, I saw that. I didn't take it at face value. I wanted the full context. I went online and I looked for the live stream that you did on the rotunda for the Pride Parade, and I couldn't find it. So I was reliant on the editorial spin, the media spin of the news media saying, you know, here's Mayor Chow calling for a boycott of a Home Depot. Had you live streamed that entire press conference, I could have made my own decisions and not rely on biased media sources. So that's a real-time application on why you as mayor live streaming your press conferences is a good idea. It's good for the electorate, it's good for the citizenry, it's good for everybody in this room, it's good for you. And I would also like to say that I read the report this morning about the costs. That report needs to be scrutinized. $600,000 for full-time employees at $150K a year to just live stream. I could do it for free on my iPhone, and I'm offering that job if you want it. I will come at no charge. I will live stream it free of charge. So thank you very much, and if there's any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Yeah, Councillor?
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. And thanks for the deputation. There was a recent Leger poll that came out, and it said, came out in May, only 50% of Ontarians trust their municipal government. Do you think it's important to have access to the information, the decisions, the announcements, the press conferences, the things that we're talking about here at City Hall? And is it more accessible if it's available on a live stream?
I think it's vital. I think it's absolutely vital to deal with a lot of the problems that we're suffering through right now, which is voter apathy and low voter turnout, which we have to turn the tide for at the next election. Regardless of where you are in the political spectrum, it's bad when you have such low voter turnout and apathy. And the way to help turn that around is to make it easy and convenient for citizens to get the information they need without having to rely on a saturated media landscape or editorial or all these news channels that have their own biases and agendas. So if you can go to the source and get the unfiltered information, that will be beneficial to everybody.
You mentioned the $600,000 cost, and that was shocking and striking. It kind of reminded me when the city came out with cost estimates, nearly double the price to remove the bike lanes versus what it was to install them. And so that does need to be scrutinized. Are you aware that this meeting right now, your deputation, is in fact being live streamed?
Yeah, I'm fully aware.
Okay, and are you aware that there is a AV staff and an AV booth right back there facilitating the live stream of this meeting in your deputation?
Yes, I'm fully aware, and they do great work. And I'm sure it wouldn't be too much of an additional burden to just add. Look, maybe if the mayor is doing pressers like far away and you have to drive there, and that's a big hassle. But for any that are happening here at City Hall, just leverage the resources we already have.
Are you aware that there were many press conferences live streamed with the previous mayor from that office, from the members' lounge outside of the council chambers that use existing resources, in-house, existing complement, no additional staff, but that took place for many years. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Tory, I remember during both Tory terms that he broadcast all his pressers. They were live streamed, and it was a great practice, and the city wants that back.
And are you aware that our deputy mayor, Jennifer McKelvey, when she was serving in that capacity, she also continued the same practice and live streamed her press conferences?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know exactly what McKelvey did or didn't do, but I do remember Tory did it, that's for sure.
Very good. Thanks very much. Thanks for the deputation.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Next speaker, Mangel, I don't see you here. Dana McHale.
A point of privilege. The Councillor Bradford visiting the committee has said that there was regular live streaming by the interim mayor McKelvey and Mayor Tory, and I believe that that is inaccurate, and I would like to know where the facts come from, and if not, I'd ask the member to retract that comment.
Point of privilege, I disagree with your assertion. And I mean, you can pull up the YouTube channel right now. You can look at 4 of Deputy Mayor McKelvey's press conferences that are there right now.
Okay.
They're on the YouTube. I understand. So the record, just like this meeting, will live on YouTube. I was asked a question, Madam Mayor. I'm just responding to.
Members, visiting members do not.
Folks, I do notice that Mangel is there.
Live
He's next
streaming.
on the speakers list, and we'll get to After the speakers speak, we'll get to clarify who did what and will do what and et cetera, okay? Miguel, I think you are first, and then Dana McKeel is next.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to be requesting to share some content on the screen.
Go ahead.
If I'm allowed. I'm not sure if you see my sharing the screen.
Yes, I believe you can share the screen. That we go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I wanted to start by saying that live streaming and press conference has been always a routine that has been always keeping residents of Toronto informed. When I started attending City Hall back in 2010, Mayor David Miller, he had press conferences and live streaming of his meetings, but not at the same degree as we see today, because over the years, it has become popular and a standard in social media. Then we have Mayor Rafford, as you know. He had a problem with some members of the media, journalists who were not happy with him, and he was removing some of those journalists from attending those meetings that he hosts at City Hall. I want you to remember that. I'm sure Paula Fletcher will remember Councilor Perks. And then, of course, we were always tuning in to find out where was the next media scrum happening when Mayor Rafford was involved in so many scandals. Then Mayor John Tory came aboard. John Tory, in his first tenure, he did continue with the tradition of reporting from City Council before the start of the meeting, and also some meetings of city committees. But in the second term, because of COVID, he was more involved in informing the public about the pandemic. Through all this time, there has never been an intention to exclude members of the staff or city councilors or a councilor member from participating on this press conference and live streams media. Mayor Olivia Chow, you are fresh and new, and your style is different, I will say, than the rest of the other mayors. You try your best, as in the report indicate. There has been 4 live streams of your press conference. In regards to the amount of money that is in the supplementary report, I will advise perhaps that the Region Party B, Focus TV could live stream some of those meetings and can engage members of the community, especially the members of our youth. As you know, we want to employ more youth, and it will be beneficial if the Social Development Fund and Financial Administration could provide those funds, because live streaming is a bit expensive, but we can do the job for maybe for a quarter of the price estimated on the supplementary report. Again, the process of speaking to City Council before the start of the meeting has been beneficial to understand for many. And with regards to why there is a little bit of voter apathy and a lack of interest on city meetings, it's because of the introduction of the screening table down in the lobby. Since that time, when in 2019 that screening table was set up, a lot of people have stopped coming to City Hall and they have become engaged in the hybrid mode or online. I preferably like to be in person because it's important to continue the tradition that I'm here to speak on behalf of those who are less fortunate, with those who can speak for everybody. And I want to bring the message in the meaning and my life experiences to City Hall. Thank you, and I hope you feel better, Olivia, of your call. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Dana?
My name is Dana McKeel. I'm a sport broadcaster based here in Toronto and Media Relations Director for the Downtown Concerned Citizens Organization, representing 58,000 residents and business operators. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in ensuring transparency and accountability in the Mayor's office. A key character of democracy is the continuing responsiveness of the government to the preferences of its citizens. This responsiveness requires transparency so that citizens can know what decisions are being made, by whom, and why. These decisions include the likes of confidentiality policy stemming from the Mayor's office to clandestinely drop a methadone clinic on a women's seniors building at 117 the Esplanade, dropping 24/7 homeless shelters at 629 Adelaide Street West, 81 Elizabeth Street, 2335 Gerrard Street East, along with 5 others across the city.
Pardon?
Bike lanes being dropped on local neighborhoods, being massive
I'm sorry,
opposition and private.
I just have to stop you.
Sure.
That bike lane decision was made in 2021. I have nothing to do with it. I was not the mayor. So I don't know what it has to do with this item in front of us.
We're talking about transparency of your office, madam, and
Well, I'm talking about facts.
Sorry, point of order.
Okay,
This,
we'll
the
continue.
item before
How
us
about
is about
facts?
live streaming, not about any kind of historic grievance.
Go ahead. I'll stop and go ahead. Sorry.
no,
to
I'm
interrupt.
going I'm going to pull out. These are the facts right here, and the Downtown Concerned Citizens Organization will forensically watch you and watch these city councilors from here on in till next October. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Ian McKinnon, Canadian Media Lawyers Association. I believe you're online.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Executive Committee. My name is Ian McKinnon, and I'm here on behalf of the Canadian Media Lawyers Association. I'm a board member and past president of the CMLA. The CMLA is the only national association of lawyers who practice media law. Our members represent most of the major media organizations and journalists across Canada, including the journalists and media outlets who are responsible for reporting on matters at Toronto City Hall. One of the CMLA's principal goals is to enlarge and enhance freedom of expression of all Canadians, recognizing that as listeners, viewers, and readers, most people rely on the media to provide them with information on a wide range of matters of public interest. This motion before the committee is critical not only to the ability of journalists to carry out their duties of reporting on City Hall, but also to the ability of members of the public to be informed about and understand the operations of our city government. The Supreme Court of Canada has noted on a number of occasions the importance of the role of the media in a democratic society. Judges have noted that the media play an important role as a public watchdog. The court has also stated that journalists serve as the eyes and ears of the public who have a right to know what is going on with the government and justice system, but for purely practical reasons can't personally attend all proceedings. In one landmark freedom of expression case, the Supreme Court noted it's the media that by gathering and disseminating news enable members of our society to make an informed assessment of the issues which may significantly affect their lives and well-being. So it is critical for journalists to hold our governments, including the mayor's office, accountable by reporting on important public announcements. So with that in mind, there are 3 good reasons that this motion should be passed. First, the obvious purpose of a press conference is to ensure the widest possible publicity of information and statements made at these press conferences via the news media. The problem is, as everyone knows, the budgets and resources of news organizations have been drastically reduced over the last 20 years. As a result, local news coverage has suffered. Media outlets no longer have the resources to send reporters to every press conference in the city, including those held by the mayor or other political leaders. As a result, the public is being deprived of knowing accurate information about government operations. When physical attendance is not practical or possible, a live stream of the mayor's press conferences would enable media outlets and journalists to accurately report on the actions of City Hall in an effective manner and provide the public with critical information about government that is the lifeblood of a free and democratic society. Second, in this era of so-called, quote, fake news, where allegations of bias and false reporting by the media are rampant, live streaming the mayor's press conferences would allow members of the public, when possible, to witness and understand firsthand the information provided at those events by the mayor. It would also help the public to hold journalists accountable for accurately reporting on the city's operations. The CMLA believes that it would also serve to enhance the credibility of the mayor's office by ensuring that the mayor is keeping the public fully informed of important announcements, even if journalists are unable to report on them. Lastly, the third reason relates to the second part of the motion, that is the requirement that press conferences be available to city councilors and their staff. When the mayor makes an announcement or outlines her position on an issue at a press conference, journalists routinely ask other city councilors about their views and positions on the issues addressed by the mayor. This allows the media to represent various points of view and gives members of the public an opportunity to hear from their elected city councilors on important issues being raised by the mayor. Those questions are often asked shortly after the mayor holds a press conference, and if councilors are not able to attend in person or view a live stream of the mayor's press conferences, they cannot respond to journalists' questions in an informed manner. As a result, the public's knowledge and understanding of the issues will be diminished. Finally, I'd just like to conclude with one final quotation from another important Supreme Court of Canada decision, where they said the following, quote, "There's no doubt that the role of the media in our country is unique. By investigating, questioning, criticizing, and publishing important information, the media contribute to the existence and maintenance of a free and democratic society. The work of journalists requires accountability for decisions and activities, not only from public institutions such as courts, thus helping to fill what has been described as a democratic deficit in the transparency and accountability of such institutions, but also from private sector entities. By contributing to the free flow of information, journalists also help to ensure productive debate on questions of public interest," close quote. The CMLA's view is that live streaming the mayor's important public announcements and providing full access to everyone is necessary to maintain that free flow of information and ensure that there's no democratic deficit in the transparency and accountability of the city's government. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to you, Mr. McKinnon. I was at a press conference that were organized by the Premier last Friday, I believe, where he provided some funding for us to build housing. There were 15 to 20 of the Ontario government staff that came in to set up the media and live stream it and set up the lighting and etc. To set up the teleprompter, etc. And it is on the Ontario government YouTube channel. This morning, I came back from another one of the press conference announcing the East Harbour Hub Again, the Premier's team was there. I have a photo of it, and there was a large number of Ontario government staff that make sure the lighting was fine. Someone was organizing the cameras. I was watching very carefully, knowing that we were about to debate this. There were quite a few staff to make sure that the quality of the press conference was up to par, which then led to the report that is in front of you, which said that if we are to live stream all of the press conferences, it would cost a substantial amount of money. So is that, I'm just wondering, given that it is quite expensive and we do want to pay people good wages because it's a professional job, I don't think we're talking about using iPhones. Are you of an opinion that the City of Toronto, and the Premier's was not the Premier's team, it was the Ontario government that paid for these kind of live streaming, because it is the Ontario government's YouTube channel that have them. Is that something that you would support if it require extra resources, that we would do so to make it happen?
Yeah, Mayor, I did notice that cost estimate from that report. I actually was a little taken aback at how expensive the estimate was. I would have thought in this day and age where you actually can produce quite high quality video on an iPhone. I mean, you can film in 4K on an iPhone these days, that it actually wouldn't cost that much to produce reasonably good quality. Like, again, it doesn't have to be maybe what the standard that the government, the Ontario government produced last week that you're referring to, where they had lighting and spent, it sounds like quite a bit of time and resources setting it up so that it looks good.
And this morning.
And this morning, yeah. I don't think the public, and certainly journalists, would quibble if the quality wasn't, Hollywood production level. I think one thing we've seen through the pandemic is it used to be, prior to the pandemic, journalists on TV would only do these expensive link-ups with interview subjects, and there'd have to be a camera on the other side. They call them double-enders, and a camera in the studio, and it had to be TV quality, broadcast quality. But ever since COVID, I've noticed that now interviews are conducted routinely through platforms like this, WebEx, Zoom, and the quality is all over the map. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's jittery, sometimes it's not that good. So I think the public and certainly journalists have learned to lower their expectations in terms of the production qualities of those kind of government streaming or press conferences or interviews. And I look, I haven't looked into it personally, so I can't speak. I don't have firsthand knowledge about the costs, but it struck me as very, very high cost, and it could be done much more cheaply than what was estimated in that report.
Yeah, but if it is, because media sometimes takes clips from it, and if it is done in a poor quality, it is a problem, which is why I'm just on the Ontario government YouTube channel and looking at the videos. They are of all very high quality, and I just looking at it. And so if we are,
and I don't know what the expenses that they, that they do to that. It may be in that ballpark that was estimated in the report. My only point is, I don't think it necessarily has to involve that kind of expense and the highest level of production quality. I think people would be would appreciate just the fact that the content and the streaming is there, and pay less attention to whether the quality is of the highest value. But these days, you can, Hollywood movies are shot on iPhones sometimes these days, independent movies.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the deputant? Councillor?
Thanks very much for the deputation, Ian. Are you aware that you're on a live stream right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so would it be possible, because I thought those costs were astronomical as well, would it be possible then, if the mayor was really concerned about the budget and the costs, I don't know, maybe we could just do the press conferences right here in this room, in this public building, where we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different cameras and an AV room here, and obviously the capacity to do live streaming because, you know, we're live streaming right now. I'm not sure that's the perfect solution, but would that be something that the mayor could look into?
Yeah, and it would be something I know that journalists would appreciate, because it's more the content, not the level of production and the medium. It's really, you know, the fact that they have the ability to hear what the mayor has to say. So I mean, look, I have to believe that that can be done at a reasonably good quality, at a fraction of the estimate that was provided.
Okay. Now, in your deputation, you made an interesting point. You focused on the second half of my motion there, which talked about access for other councillors, elected officials, to these briefings, to these press conferences from the mayor. You made the point that when the mayor calls a press conference, in theory anyways, it's because she wants the wide dissemination of the information. She has deemed this so important that she wants to invite our friends from the media to connect with Torontonians to share that information. The second part of that motion responds to something that I'll address in my comments, but why do you think a mayor or any elected official wouldn't want council colleagues or other folks from the elected body to attend one of their press conferences? Doesn't that seem strange?
Yeah, it was very odd to me that second part of the motion was even necessary. I can't think of any reason why a fellow councillor could not attend a media availability or press conference. That was a bit puzzling to me. There may be a good reason for it, but not anything that I could figure out myself. And as you mentioned, it is fairly important for journalists to then be able to canvass other opinions about what the mayor says or announces at a press conference. And if another councillor isn't even aware of what the mayor has said because they can't attend, then that's a real problem for journalists.
Fair enough. Thanks for your deputation. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, one little, sorry, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher,
I just have
go
one
ahead.
question. I'm just questioning, are you here, is this the position of the Canadian Media Lawyers Association? Or are you just here with your own thoughts, Ian?
I'm here on behalf of the Canadian Media Lawyers Association.
This is your formal opinion. Thank you.
Yes.
Quick follow-up. There are 444 municipalities in Ontario. I'm wondering whether you have the same position with all the other municipalities, and if that would include school boards in addition, because if you're saying that we need this kind of access to have transparency and trust in government, wouldn't that be equal across the province?
Obviously, the more access, the better to any public institution announcements or press conference. So yes, whatever could be accomplished by any local government or school board that can be achieved within their resources, then yes, for sure.
Well, I would suggest that the campaign then be destined to the provincial government, because the resources that would be required are certainly at that level of government, and I would say that they spend millions on their public communications. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Since question to staff, go ahead. Councillor Bradford, since you are not from this committee, do you have any question to staff?
I do, yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Thanks for having me today. To our Chief Communications Officer, just want to confirm, there's a live stream of this committee meeting happening right now, is that correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
there
you.
is.
And is it city staff that made that possible?
I believe there is an AV team. There are several AV team
City of Toronto
members.
employees that work here already, that
Correct.
are actually working here right now. Okay. Between 2020 and 2023, the previous mayor and the acting deputy mayor, I guess she was acting mayor, she was the deputy mayor, live stream press conferences and media availabilities that took place in the mayor's office and the members' lounge. Is that correct?
Yes, they are posted on the YouTube channel today.
Okay. There were also live stream press conferences and media availabilities held by Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey when she was acting. Can you confirm that as well?
Exist on the YouTube channel today.
Right.
That is not to say that, it's important to note that it's important to say that not all of these were necessarily supported by city staff.
I'm going to get to that. I'll ask you about that, and then you can get into it. You've not been asked to do so, to support that effort by the current mayor's office, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I've not been asked to support.
Live streaming of press conferences by the current mayor's office.
There actually have been 4 instances over the last year when we have been asked to live stream content.
Which city departments were responsible for live streaming the press conferences and media availabilities under the Tory administration?
I can tell you that under the Tory administration, both the AV team and the communications team streamed on average outside of COVID content, to be fair, outside of
Well, give us all of it, because that was kind of the world that we were living in.
There were only 4 in those years. Each year, there were only 4.
How many press conferences did you do? Not you, because you just got here 3 months ago. How many did you do during the COVID years? Live stream press conferences.
I have not added all of them up on the YouTube channel. I can tell you that the ones that were streamed that were not COVID in content through our teams were through the chair, where they were 4.
Okay, that's not my question, so thank you. Does anyone want to answer that? City manager, how many?
Mayor, I don't know how many. There were many more.
Many.
As part of a emergency response, not as a part of live streaming.
Did city staff do it?
Mayor press conferences, and yes, as part of the pandemic response.
Okay, very good. To arrive at the costing of $600,000, what was included in that price tag?
To the chair, it's a combination of communications as well as technical AV staff to support.
How many staff?
Total of 4.
How many are working right now to live stream this broadcast?
There's at any given time between 1 to 2 individuals working right now.
Okay. So AV staff, equipment above and beyond what exists here? Is there an equipment cost in that? No equipment.
We did not include an equipment cost. I'll note the difference between being in this room versus being out at media events is the setup as well as the takedown of equipment, which is why it is more labor intensive.
Okay, and you also included the cost of a new vehicle?
We did. If we're going out on the road, there was a vehicle cost included as well.
Okay, so if it was just at City Hall for the 18 events that take place, if you include executive committee and council, you don't think the number would be $600,000 for additional staff and a vehicle?
To the chair, it wouldn't be $600,000. We would have to look at the volume of events. It would be just labor cost.
Okay. What was the budget line number this year for SPEC, our corporate communications? What's the total budget? Maybe to the CFO.
To the mayor, the total budget for strategic communications was 12.4 million gross and 10.9 million net.
12.4 million gross in the budget this year for SPEC. What about CTO, the budget this year for technology services?
On the operating budget, 200 million gross and 140 million net.
A lot of money. What about the mayor's office annual budget?
3.1 million, both gross and net.
Okay, and theoretically, if we were super concerned about the costs and hiring additional staff, could the mayor choose to have the costs for live streaming press conferences, her press conferences, come out of her office budget if she wanted to?
To the mayor, as is true for all budgets, there's a level of discretion in terms of how you would allocate funds to carry out your duties.
Okay. I'll leave it there with my questions. Thank you.
Any other question to staff? Councillor Matlow.
Before 2020, before COVID, did Mayor Tory have a practice of having routine live stream press conferences? Anyone know?
No. Don't badger him, Gord. Don't badger him.
I'm not hearing any answers, so I'm not.
So Mayor, no one has an answer for you. We can do a bit of research if you'd like and get back to you offline, but I don't.
I think the corporate communication has a.
To the mayor, I have looked into this. Prior to 2020, these services were not supported through either the AV team or through the communications arm.
And then aside from specific COVID emergency-related press conferences, what essentially was the nature of any press conference that Mayor Tory did hold where it would be live streamed? Like, was it about an announcement about transportation or something? Or like, what would it be?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the live streamed events that the city supported had to do with large city priorities. There were, as I mentioned, there were approximately 4. There were only 4 in each year predominantly. Those were large priorities at the time: transportation, roads, housing, budget. In the last 12 months, for example, they were around the 4 that have happened. 3 of them were around labor negotiations, for example.
Now, taking away any of the dynamics in this debate, objectively speaking, is this a good idea? It doesn't matter what mayor is in the office today or what mayor has been in the office before. Is this a practice that other municipalities often do? And is this a good idea? And would it be good for transparency and accountability? And does staff have a position on that, objectively?
So Mayor, I think we'd have to take that away, for instance, and do some research. We didn't, for the supplemental report, have a comprehensive look at other municipalities and what it is. We, as a city, try and in major pieces, and obviously with meetings and things like that for the public record, we ensure that there is that public record for it. And there have been instances where key communications through press events are done. The ones that are stored, it's also important to note, do meet an AODA requirement around the post-production. So while the filming happens, it's also post-production that we do. So, I think in terms of a position of its value, given we would have to look at what the size and scope is. So I think we'd require a bit of direction before we come back with our opinion on whether this is a smart idea. If it is to cover every single thing that happens, it's a heavy cost and it's a lot of work for somebody to do, and it's our staff that need to do it. If it's a strategic approach to it, which is kind of what we've been doing recently, we obviously feel there's value in it because some of these things each and every year have been placed online.
I hate to ask you this, but given the fact that this item was going to be on an executive committee agenda, why wasn't some of that work done and evaluated to inform us today? Given that we're, again, aside from the politics and all that kind of stuff, but like genuinely, if we're considering the merit of live streaming, why wouldn't we have some information to consider about that? Like, for example, I believe I could go, if I want to do a press conference like right after this meeting, I believe I could go out and put a tripod up and put my iPhone on there and do a pretty good job with the free app or Insta or whatever. But I'd also like to know, like, is this the convention in big cities around North America, around the world? Is this something that's normal? What should I be expecting? I just don't believe we have that information in front of us.
So Mayor, we don't, and so today's piece would be to give us additional work. We had a lot of things to produce in order for today, some of which came at the last council, including this piece when it came. So yeah, more work can be done. We're happy to take direction from this committee
and work to bring down that
and as I say,
price tag as well.
Yeah, that's about scoping. So we could bring back pieces that say if it's this amount, fine. And as you see, if we're doing one a quarter, maybe a couple a quarter, that's absorbed within our current budget. If we're looking at, on average, what this current mayor has done is 225 press events of any kind, that would require the kind of resourcing that is within the supplemental report. So we would have to go away and do more work. So I think it really was a timing issue. If we'd been given 2 or 3 more months to bring back some information, we would have had a different set of information for you today.
Next question. Councillor Carroll.
It's just a quick question to be clear of what we're looking at here. All that's in front of us right now is a referral from council. Like, we could have zero information and city staff would still be bang on because we haven't asked them to do anything yet. They've actually done more than we've asked them to do because we've asked them to do zero. So is that the case? It's still at the stage of this is a referral to this agenda. They don't have to have had any information ready for today.
That's correct, Mayor. And as I say, we felt it was important to provide some context for it, but you're right, we didn't, we provided what we have today as a supplemental report, really as a way of also seeking whether this committee and then council would want us to do further work and bring this back.
Right, but at this point, what you've provided us is above and beyond because we've only directed, all council has said is we would like this motion to go to executive.
Correct.
That's all we've said so far. Okay, thank you.
Any other question to staff? If not, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perks, who else want to speak on this item? Councillor Matlow. Councillor Bradford, we are ready for you. And by the way, members of council, you've seen the letter that I've circulated. It's in your package. Oh, okay. It's just on the agenda. If you open up the item,
Right.
there's correspondence in there, one of which is from me.
Okay, fabulous. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and colleagues, and thanks for having me into executive today to talk about the transparency and accountability here at City Hall and access to information. Thanks to the deputants that joined us in the room, the people who connected online. I see Councillor Ainsley has now moved online. He's in the room as well. I'm actually live streaming my remarks right now to illustrate how simple this is to do. And I know a lot of folks talk about the quality and the technology, but I think it's pretty routine. If I tune into CTV Toronto, CBC National News, you see folks joining from Zoom, you see folks doing it from iPhone. It's really amazing the era of technology that we live in now and how it's able to connect us. And again, provide people with the information that they are so desperately needing. I want to give some background for colleagues because I didn't have an opportunity to talk about this at council on how we got here, because it is a bit of a strange item, and I think a lot of us, as Councillor Matlow sort of alluded to, this is a good idea. And in 2025, it should be standard operating procedure. And I think a lot of us would be nodding our heads saying we want more transparency, more accessibility, more accountability from elected officials at every level of government. I was hoping to discuss this with folks at council last month, but that's how it ended up here at committee because it didn't waive referral. Now, for background, for a number of months, my staff, my office, we were attending the mayor's press conferences ahead of council and ahead of executive committee, the ones that she holds in the protocol lounge outside of her office. And, you know, as we heard from Ian, one of the deputants, that is our job as elected officials to make sure that we know what's going on and so we can communicate with our residents and advocate for positions here at City Hall. But on April 23rd, one of my team members was removed by the mayor's deputy chief of staff who said, quote, "Some councillors' offices are allowed, but you aren't." I thought that was chilling. I thought that was unfortunate. On May 13th, we went back and another member from my office was removed, followed by an email to my chief of staff explaining that they're not permitted. And I've seen the mayor's correspondence and how that's very carefully worded on this item. But we followed up. Less than an hour later, we wrote back this individual, the mayor's deputy chief of staff, seeking approval for one of my team members or myself to attend the mayor's future press conferences. That email was more than a month ago, and we still haven't received a reply. So I'm hopeful with your correspondence today that that's going to change. I'm hopeful that we set a new precedent where we increase the transparency and the accountability, and we're bringing the information that Torontonians desperately want to hear from you, the leader of the city, and that we make that more accessible. But it's really not about one individual councillor. It's about all Torontonians at a time when there's never been less trust in local government. According to a Leger poll, less than 50% of Ontarians trust local government. And, you know, I'm not surprised because there's so much going on in the world. There's so much misinformation. There's so much spin. Sometimes it can be difficult to get the facts. Sometimes It's difficult to even get the story straight. And I think we heard, you know, it was alluded to in one of the deputations earlier about Home Depot and comments that were made in one location and comments that were made on a radio show in another location. Look, it's a tough job. There's a lot of different things going on, but people have a right to understand and follow the decision-making and the announcements here at City Hall. And if people are uncomfortable with this deputation and what I'm saying, we should really do a check on that, because what I'm asking for, what Torontonians are asking for, is not unreasonable. It's not unprecedented. It is the standard operating procedure in cities like Ottawa, in cities like Hamilton. This stuff happens all the time. We're not talking about the provincial or federal government. We're talking about other municipalities here in the province of Ontario. And I just think Toronto should always aim to be the best. We're the biggest. You heard those budget line numbers, you know, $200 million operating budgets, $3 million operating budget in the mayor's office alone. And despite folks wanting to parse out the difference between COVID press conferences, which, by the way, I'll remind folks that were here, that was like a full 2 years of last term, 47 of them were done. 47 live stream press conferences were done. 4 were done under Jennifer McKelvey when she was serving as acting mayor. And we have the very capacity in this room to do it right now. So I do not support spending $600,000 buying several new vehicles, standing up new staff teams, when we got 4 cameras and live stream capacity here in this room right now, and fantastic AV staff that do this better than anybody else in the business. So I think we should all just move forward. It's regrettable that this had to come to executive, but it's never too late to do the right thing. I'd love to see this happening on a go-forward basis, and certainly support the mayor taking the lead on that.
Thank you,
Madam Mayor.
Councillor. Councillor Perks to speak.
Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor, I'll be supporting your motion and not the recommendations that Councillor Bradford actually have. Sometimes you just have to take a step back and shake your head. There's a suggestion being made that Torontonians aren't getting enough information about how we make decisions. I just did a check. This month, we live streamed 47 committee meetings. 47 committee meetings plus council. We have 185 planning staff who typically will do at least 1, sometimes 2 community meetings, either in person or online, every month. There are not enough hours in the day for someone to watch all the material that we live stream. Just not possible. So someone suggesting that there's a voter out there who's information starved and simply can't get access to how we make decisions here is someone who's simply unaware of the facts or choosing not to acknowledge the facts. And that's disappointing. There's also a suggestion. Another thing worth noting is there's this idea that everything the mayor can do can be live streamed simply. Mayor Chow, the last time you and I did a press conference together, we were standing in the middle of a construction site with shovels and hard hats on. It would have taken quite a bit of money, and yeah, you would have needed some equipment to set up and someone to drive it there for that to have been live streamed. However, there were reporters there and there were people who captured clips and they made it onto my webpage and yours, and they made it into the news. If anyone wants to know what we said there, it's all a matter of public record. There is no elected official in the country who gets more coverage in a day in front of the press answering questions than the Mayor of Toronto, and that's always been true. The heads of parliaments have short, scripted press conferences. Every member of the government side is given talking points from the Prime Minister or the Premier's office. There's nowhere else where all of the deliberations of the Executive Council, which in law, by the way, is all of City Council, is live and available. The Executive Councils and legislatures all take place behind closed doors, in camera, in secret. It is disingenuous, it is false, it is inaccurate, it is misleading. It is the very thing that Councillor Bradford talked about, where people can't trust information. to suggest that this is not the most transparent and open government in the country. Now, it may be that, that's not satisfying to some. It may be that, maybe there's some niche stuff. Maybe we should open up a YouTube channel. Mayor Chow goes kayaking. Or, Budget Chief Carol eats her lunch. Or Deputy Mayor Cole, every time he throws up his hands in despair, that should be posted on TikTok. But I don't think people want us to plant nanny cams on the mayor or any other member of council. I don't think people are particularly concerned with catching every breath and nuance of every one of the 240 media appearances the mayor makes in a year. I think rather what they want is exactly what we provide, a live streamed and yes, posted and recorded forever record of every decision-making meeting we have of every committee, agency, board, and council, except where we go in camera on legally required stuff where we're doing a real estate transaction, getting advice from the solicitor, which could put us in legal jeopardy, or discussing the private information of an individual. You gotta shake your head, folks. You gotta shake your head. I guess one of the other channels should be Councillor Bradford Rage Farms on Twitter, because that's essentially all we're doing here today. We're engaging in rage farming, and it's exhausting. And that's not what voters in Toronto or citizens in Toronto want. They want to watch us deliberate on things that matter to them.
Madam Mayor, point of personal privilege.
Just
Sure.
1 second.
I think she'll do it. I was impugned there, Madam Mayor, to suggest that I'm engaging in rage farming on Twitter. What I'm engaging is trying to bring more transparency and accountability to City Hall.
Okay,
The mental gymnastics that Board Perks is going through right now
sort it out,
try
have a conversation.
is quite remarkable. But I was impugned, and I just wanted to correct the record. That's not what I'm engaging in. I'm engaging in more transparency
Whatever
and
it is,
accessibility to
Councillor
City Hall.
Matlow has the floor.
Thank you, Madam.
I mean, that actually sort of leads very well into where I was about to begin. Sadly, because when I first saw this member's motion come to the floor, come to council on the agenda, I did perceive it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Please, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Matlow,
I
go
did
ahead.
perceive it as, Councillor Bradford making a point toward the mayor. And maybe there's some of that, maybe there's not, and that's his prerogative. But when I just think of it, when I look at it just objectively, like get rid of the politics, who's bringing this to council and who's being attacked or who's not being attacked. If you just look at the actual question, is it good to live stream mayoral press conferences? Should, frankly, and I know this is delicate, but should a mayor's office, when they do a press conference on something of public interest to all, should they restrict any member of council from being able to attend? I think we need to grapple with these things. All of us will have a mayor who we work with and get along with at times, and I speak from personal experience, it can be quite the contrary at times too. And so I believe that live streaming a press conference and making it accessible and transparent is a good idea. I would like to know what other jurisdictions are doing. I would like to know what the convention is. I would like to know how they do it, if they do it, and how they can do it at a reasonable cost. I don't accept that this should cost $600,000 given the technology that I know exists, and I do believe that we should be creative to find a way to do it in a more efficient manner. If we want to, if we choose to, I believe that we can figure that out. It's incredible what this place can figure out when they choose to do it. And moreover, I hope that staff will I know we didn't ask them to do this in preparation for this meeting, but I think some of the questions that I asked are not a stretch. Like, I think it's actually, these are like basic things that we should be able to understand when we're deliberating whether or not we should support live streaming mayoral press conferences. So I'll conclude by just reiterating, if we're able to, and I know it's hard to in this place, if we're able to take the politics out of it just for a moment and really just consider the question, is live streaming a good tool to use to promote transparency and accountability? That should be the question. And should any member of council be excluded from press conferences that are of a greater public interest? We need to grapple with that. I will say that just like, we shouldn't be judging the bringer of the motion in that way, the way that I did, admittedly, I also want to, acknowledge 225 press availabilities by the mayor also demonstrates a willingness and interest to be out there and be accessible to the media as well. So it shouldn't be a judgment of anyone. In this case, it should be, is this a good tool? Do we want to use it? And then how do we do it at a reasonable price?
I'll move the motion in front of you. Maybe the staff can put it up. I did just return this morning from a press conference organized by the Ontario government. And it was, excuse me? What do you need? I'm sorry? Yes. What? Pardon?
So I'm just going to look at this. Don't worry. Sorry. My apologies. Okay.
What?
No, there's a problem with the timer.
Oh, the problem with the timer.
Yeah, that's not showing on WebEx.
Oh, okay. Well, don't worry. I think we're almost done, right? It's okay. Yeah? Okay, but I can start? Okay. It was a bit strange, but anyway. Here we are, saying that we are a good level of government, deserve of respect. If you look at what the Ontario government, I'm not talking about the Premier's office, okay? You know what they do? They come in at any press conference, and because Premier Ford has arrived at this place to have a press conference, yes, they bring in 10 to 20 staff. Now, that's maybe a bit over the top. They put in the backdrop, the lighting, and the video and the sound, and they record. Yes, they do live stream. And I was at another event. Now, this one is inside. This morning, it was at a transit hub. It was big. It was, in terms of location, it was outdoor. And there were a large number of staff because it was outdoor. I could not count how many staff there were. And it was more than just one and more than just two. And I heard someone recommend that perhaps we can do it on an iPhone, for God's sake. We are the biggest city of Canada. We're the fastest growing in North America. Our budget is large. And if any other smaller, provincial government, and when they do the recording, and yes, maybe some of them do live stream, I don't know, and they have a certain quality of it. And you are saying that we should be lower quality than that? I don't think so. We should not be inferior. In this place, this government, we need to, if we are going to live stream it, it needs to be done properly. Can't just run around with whatever, iPhone. We could try to do that, but I can't guarantee there will be a good sound and good material. So if we are to do a live stream, we should do it properly, and it should be made available to other councillors. So for example, if our budget chief have a press conference, then the budget chief should be able to access the City of Toronto press conferences. The chief have an entire studio room, and he has an editing room right? He has an entire system. I think Councillor Carroll can tell us what the police service board and the police chief has, and is substantially larger than our corporate communication, okay? So if we are saying, and the same would go to other ABCs. If we're saying that we want to live stream all, or even the significant one, the bigger ones, right? Let's say 15 a year or 20 a year, or even 30, 50, not necessary, or 200, not necessarily my scrum, then we should invest it. And our staff said it is 600,000. I'll guarantee you it's probably a fraction of what the Ontario government is doing, or any, maybe Manitoba government, which is smaller than we are. The recommendation in front of you is a bit of like, let's do what we can in the existing resources. And it would mean that there will be a few, right? 3 or 4, maybe 5, I don't know what we can afford. But I refuse to actually lower the quality of our production. And if you look at the equipment of what excuse me, councillors? I refuse to lower the quality of our production value in order to accommodate any kind of, like, you know, if we're going to do it, we do it properly. The other thing is this. We need to have a discussion at what point, how many, or what kind, right? We need to talk about that. And also the question of what equipment, because I look at the equipment that we have in the City of Toronto. If you look at the New Year's Eve broadcast, for example, the broadcast, the quality is not as high as, say, the Ontario government. Our equipment right here in the City of Toronto, comparing to what the Ontario government has or other levels of government have, is much older, significant older, much fewer in terms of the numbers of cameras we have. So we probably should upgrade ourselves and be able to have a better quality, because certainly in terms of the teleprompter, the cameras, the sound, the backlighting, all of that is very old. And if we're going to do something, let's do it properly. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't get a chance to speak, and I'll only take a couple of minutes. I'm walking down the street. May I?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been listening to the comments, and I think it's incumbent on me to say that when we make policy, one of the first things we should be asking ourselves is, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? It's been posited here as a problem of accountability and transparency, but I think it's been established that no matter what the Mayor of Toronto says at any press conference, the decisions are ultimately made in committee and at council. They can be openly debated and considered with the benefit of public deputations at committee. This is easily the most accessible and transparent order of government in Canada. And I think one of the reasons that there's a decline in trust in governments is the continual running down of government by elected officials. So I want to just start by saying that we have to be very careful when we accept the notion that there's a problem of transparency and accountability here. Secondly, we have a lot of other problems. So today we talked about the need to build more housing. We talked about all of the resources and all of the services that are needed in communities, so many other items. Right now we have a campaign that I would love to see scaled up to put your dog on a leash. We have significant and important new bylaws coming July 2nd. One that limits capacity to protest, and the other one that's about rent evictions. It's the same people that are going to be studying, investing, and proposing solutions. And I think we should get real with what people in the city really need and are asking for is clarity around existing bylaws and programs. And so I would really hope that everyone takes a good look at the discourse that's being promoted here. The Leger poll that I hope we're referring to the same one of May 25th found that actually the trust in city government is about equal to federal government. It's a little higher than provincial. You can't conflate general loss of trust, which has been declining over decades in every Western democracy, with the fact that the mayor went to a press conference and didn't live stream it. Because if the problem we're trying to solve is to have uphold the capacity of individual members of council to constitute a good and credible opposition, that's a very different matter. We can all find out what was said and done through the media, but ultimately we can debate it on the floor of council and vote in the public. So I regret that we have to consider this, and I think that we should be very careful with how we run down what we do together, which is right now being live streamed and captured and is being done with the benefit of public input and in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Oh, I just want to quickly give everybody a blast from the past. And it's interesting that this is coming forward from councillors outside the executive, and I hope we can remember that as we go forward. Because a long time ago, in 2009, placed in our 2010 budget was a request to create a better media studio. One that our camera media have been asking for years so that they don't have to run cable and plug it in down halls hither and yon and across the media gallery upstairs with real plug-ins and a real media studio that could be used by the mayor and I dare say committee chairs and whomever. And it was proposed at the time, along with some minor renovations that were needed in the mayor's office. The total budget would have been $2 million to do all of the above and the movement of some clerks to another one of the glass houses. And it was used for media fodder for 2 months by Ms. Sue Ann Levy and then opposition councillor Denzel Min Wong, and it was canceled. And even after it was canceled, people continued to say, how dare he spend that $2 million on a media studio? Said media studio never happened, doesn't exist, whole thing was canceled, but everyone had a great hullabaloo. So perhaps for once we will do what camera media and tech media have been asking for in this building for now 18 years. Maybe it'll happen this time because it's coming, the request is coming from outside the mayor's office. Maybe it's actually going to happen this time. And then you will actually be on par with the studio that is available to camera media when they go to police headquarters. and I say I applaud doing it. Right now, a candidate for mayor of New York City is being detained and dragged out of a federal court building by ICE for the crime of trying to help an immigrant, and that's the kind of thing that needs to be covered. As regards what goes on in this room, all my constituents want us to do is cut the grass.
Yeah, cut the
damn grass. Folks, any other speaker on this item? Any other item on this? Folks, no other speaker. Okay. Yes, motion in front of you. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. Item as amended. Oh, nope, that is the item. Okay, thank you. Let me see what else is left. FIFA and new business. I just have one question to the FIFA staff. Sorry to keep you here for so long. You have, by the way, last Thursday, the June 12th event was phenomenal. The energy out in Nathan Phillips Square was fantastic. So 1 year, we're ready. Having said that, there's $600,000 more money. The architect is the same architect we have used in the past, because I see it is not tendered. And if any time that I'm going into a confidential territory, let me know. And it is extra $600,000, about 15% increase. Why is it an increase? I think FIFA want us to do a certain things. Is that why it went up? Can you give me some details as to why we have to change the scope and end up having to pay $600,000 more than what we have paid, because every penny counts. We can spend that same $600,000 for the, speaking of which, for the, it's the same amount, for the corporate communication, and they would have better cameras then. Anyway, I digress. It's the same, it so happened. Let us know about the architect, the change of scope.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to provide details on this request or recommendation in our report. When we started the capital project, as you know, back many years, our information was based on sort of generalities of FIFA on sort of all stadiums, what were general requirements of a stadium. And since that time, there's obviously been several site tours and technical system tests on a number of different things within the stadium that have meant drawings that we did not anticipate and were not included in the original Gensler architectural agreement. It is the same firm. So what we are asking for is to extend. They have basically used all of the, based on our current contract or original contract with them, all of that work is completed. So they're now asking for an extension of the contract so that we can continue design and drawings that are required for continuing on with the capital project. So it's 4 items that we didn't anticipate in the original, when Gensler was originally brought on as the architect. It's things that have happened since, changes to size, scope, things that are specific to our stadium that weren't in the general requirements at the beginning. So it's things like redesign of the audio system, the lighting system, the turf, dressing rooms, new cable management trenches, HVAC systems for kitchens, the north foundations that are critical to our work going forward. So there's a number of things in this design work that are required. I'll also add that this also takes us to the end of the project. So this takes us beyond so that Gensler can also fully administer all the remediation work required post-tournament. So without drawings, work cannot continue. So this is a critical recommendation for us to stay on time and on path for our capital project at the stadium.
What was the original contract to this architect tendered?
I'm sorry?
Was the original, the architectural firm, was it tendered or is it sole sourced?
This was a sole source because it was the architect that had done previous work at the stadium. So we felt that it was the most time efficient and they had the most knowledge of working in that stadium previously.
So what have changed between the drawings, the audio, the turf, all of that? Those are not new requirements. We knew that is what we needed, no? Or these are new requirements from FIFA?
From the very onset, when we signed the initial contract with Gensler, those items were not part of the work. It was since then, when site visits and technical system testing has happened, that some of those items that I listed have been added. So they weren't in the original scope of Gensler's work.
Okay. Are you comfortable in sending to council, we'll approve the item, but sending to council with supplementary details? I need to make sure the public understands, speaking about transparency, public understand the reason why the scope has changed, that the work has to continue, and that these design work was not included in the beginning and now has to be included. are you able to give the council some of that detail so that the public would understand? Because there's enough cynicism out there, you know, you want transparency. I want to make sure that the reason for the scope changing, the contract needs to be extended, all of those items that you mentioned, if that can be included, that would be immensely helpful.
Happy to provide that.
Yeah, and please extend a big thank you to your team that put together the fabulous countdown clock and the countdown event on a beautiful Thursday afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll pass those comments along. Thank you.
Any other questions on this item? Councillor Carroll.
Ones. Event management services being brought in under contract, is there going to be a distinct City of Toronto team who manages them? Because we do have our own special events team who I know manage things for Pan Am festivities. What's the chain of command here?
Sorry, Councillor, can I just get clarity on event management?
On page seven, one of the things going forward is the contracting of an event management services firm. Who's going to be in charge of them?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing. That is for FIFA Fan Festival, and the Secretariat will continue to provide oversight with that event management firm.
Oh, okay, so they're not in charge of the whole whack, they're in charge, we're contracting to the site.
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then security guard services, are those for one place? Because I know that security guards are a part of the safety plan that Toronto Police Services are planning. Toronto Police Services thinking that they were in charge of this thing, the safety of this thing, have a plan that's been going on for 2 years, and now we find the OPP want to take away 25 million because they've got a plan, and there are security guard services here in your thing. So how many different firms are going to have security guard services converging, or are these all site specific?
Through the chair, they are site-specific, but our overall safety and security plan with Toronto Police Service does include paid security guards at certain locations and certain venues. So what you're referring to there is our requirement to issue an RFP for those paid security positions. Okay, and so that we don't have the same kind of mess and I'm not saying that it would result in the same sort of protest, but what the biggest problem that we had in the city with G20 is that the converging of safety services didn't know who was in charge at a certain point, and that's what led to the Morden report. So we now have the province asking you for 25 million for their OPP. Do we still understand that vis-a-vis the Morden report, TPS is in charge, or are the OPP going to be in charge of themselves somewhere else? The overall safety and security plan for the World Cup will be led by Toronto Police Service.
Okay, and we can hang our hats on that should we run into problems with them?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and last question, and that is the CCSF grants to be administered by EDC. The grants come out of the budget, but if EDC needs extra staff resources to do that as we get closer to the event, will that be part of the FIFA budget?
To the mayor, no, the work by EDC is a reallocation of existing resources to include both the grant dollars and staff will be reallocated from other duties to support the delivery of the grants.
Just temporarily?
Temporarily.
But so far you think you can manage it with existing resources?
Thus far, we've modeled out demand, and it's touched on in this report, and we think that is manageable within existing resources, yes.
Okay, thank you. And those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. All those in favor of all the motions in front of us on this item? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Any other item? Excuse me, sorry, if you can put it on the board. Yep. My letter of the recommendations. People read it, posting it. It's almost there. Count to 3. Here we are. 3, there it is. Just asking for the impact, building trades, etc. Review financial and from the programmatic impact of the recognition, voluntary recognition of the trade unions, building trades, etc. This is the request from them. Okay, we are good with that. I assume that is the case, yes. Thank you. All those in favor of the review? Opposed, carry. Thank you. No other items. We have moved to adjournment. Thank you, everybody. Do you have any?